Now this, I will 1000% agree with Hasan. He's 1000% right. And Hasan is right. He is 1000% correct when it comes to crime from documented and undocumented migrants. Okay, at this point in the interview, I get really triggered and I'm gonna try to keep my composure.
I think we agree on a lot. I just don't believe that there is a version of the Joe Biden presidency that could have been more successful on legislative policy.
Yep.
I don't see that.
You're not gonna appreciate what I'm about to say then.
Hit me.
Use the IRS and also the SEC to investigate as to why Joe Manchin's brother owns a coal mine and whether there's a conflict of interest there.
Here is the question that I want to ask the Hasan fans that I know are going to be in the YouTube comments. What do you do when Manchin switches his party and becomes a Republican, and there goes your Democratic majority, and now you don't get anything done? What is the benefit of that?
Want the president
Yes.
to politicize these agencies
Yes.
and use them to go after people.
Because
And you can see, you can tell that Lovett is practicing restraint here. He thinks that what Hasan just said and proposed is ridiculous, which it was. Pals, I think you're really going to enjoy this video. If you do, please hit the like and subscribe button and comment button. It really helps out. For the Hasan fans, welcome. Glad to have you on the channel. What I want to say is the reason why so many people react to the stuff that Hasan does is because he is wildly relevant, which is a product of his success in the streaming and VOD space, in the politics space over the last 4 years. If nobody was reacting to his content, he would probably panic because it would mean that he would be slipping into irrelevancy or something like that. So what I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to try not to get triggered. I certainly have many disagreements with Hasan, but what I want to do is engage in substantive critique. So if he says something that I disagree with or that I think is worth critiquing or unpacking, I'm going to focus on the specific points. I'm going to try to offer a logical explanation for why I think that point is bad or good. We're going to call balls and strikes in this video. And if you're going to leave a comment on the video that you're watching right now, don't do the thing where you're like, you're just jealous of his success. Hasan's right, you're wrong. Like, if you're going to engage in the discourse in my comments, all I ask is that you similarly engage in substantive critique. So if you think that something that I said was wrong, this would be the perfect opportunity for you to explain the reason. You said this, I think it's wrong. Here's why I think it's wrong. And then you That's the kind of discourse that I'm looking for. That's the kind of discourse that I'm looking for. It's fun discourse. It's good discourse. It's enlightening discourse. Okay. So if you, again, if you disagree with anything that I say, I want you to type out why you disagree. If something I said was wrong, why was it wrong? Okay. And with that in mind, we're going to kick this off.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm Jon Lovett, and guest hosting with me today is the massively popular streamer Leftist Dumbass himself. You just self-described.
that's okay, sure, fair. I say himbo, but damn.
Okay. Hasan Piker, welcome back.
It's good to be back. Thank you for having me.
After my conversation with Hasan, you'll hear my conversation with Seth Moulton. We talked about the Democratic Party. We talked about the controversy over his comments around trans athletes. Also on the feed right now, you can hear Dan's conversation with Jen O'Malley Dillon, Quentin Fulks, David Plouffe, and Stephanie Cutter about what went wrong in the Harris campaign. We're having a bunch of conversations about what we learned from the election, where we go from here, with a bunch of different voices, one of which is here today. People are mad that we talked to the Harris campaign. People are mad we're talking to you. People are mad, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But let's start with this.
There's Big Tent.
Just as a disclaimer, I did pre-watch most of this conversation. I want to say that I pre-watched about 40 minutes of this conversation. And I have some thoughts, but we're going to get into it.
It's a big tent. It's a big tent. All right.
Got Dick Cheney in it.
It's got Dick Cheney in it. It's got Hasan Piker in it.
Yeah.
It's got Dan Osborne in it. It's got Seth Moulton in it.
Yeah. Tent shouldn't maybe feature Dick Cheney in it, but everybody else I can have a conversation with.
Great. All right. Now look,
Just to nitpick, did Dick Cheney come up at all at any other point in the campaign besides the fact that he released a statement on his own saying that he would support Kamala for president over Trump because Trump was a threat to democracy? And then a field reporter asked Kamala on the fly at some event for her reaction, and she said that she was proud to get his endorsement. And to my knowledge, that was it, right? There was nothing else involving Dick Cheney, correct? So when we say Dick Cheney is in the tent, technically it's true, but he was not a prominent feature of the Kamala campaign. Liz Cheney was, but she's not Dick Cheney.
Pastime on the left, other than being mad for the last few weeks, is everyone saying how right they were all along about Democrats being out of touch and bound to lose.
Arrest me. Sorry. So I sat at this chair. Well, maybe not at this chair, but I had the offline interview with Jon. I think a month before the election, and a lot of the concerns that I brought up to him, it seemingly came across as somewhat prescient, where people went back to the footage, and I've been seeing comments that were rather positive about, like, okay, he said a lot of stuff there that was objectively correct seeming.
Yeah, I want to talk about one aspect of that, which is that you were saying, others were saying that, hey, like Trump going on.
Okay, I think that is the clip that they're talking about.
Rogan, Trump going on Theo Von, like something is happening here. And we need to understand it. We need to address it. It's real. And I remember, like, my experience, it's like seared in my mind of Trump being on Joe Rogan because of how, like, my path of understanding it. Because what I saw first were a bunch of people taking clips and saying, wow, Rogan really didn't like Trump. Trump is a mess on this show. He comes across terribly. Rogan was like kind of giving Trump space to hang himself rhetorically. And then I watch it and I'm like, Trump did great in this interview.
I didn't see any of those.
He's very telegenic. That's the thing that, like, a lot of people, I guess, refuse to factor in for some weird reason, is that, yeah, he definitely rambles on. He likes to call it the weave. And even Joe Rogan made fun of him for that a little bit in the process. But, like, there is something to be said about a relatively telegenic person who is able to portray himself as, I like to call it, honestly dishonest, where, like, everybody knows he's a bit of a scumbag, but he's your scumbag. And he's able to get that across to a lot of people. And I don't think that there is really anyone with that level of television presence on the Democratic Party front. I think, like, the most skilled orator in the Democratic Party's ranks in the last couple of decades was obviously Barack Obama. And outside of that, I think, like, in a lot of instances, purely from an optics point of view, Democrats track as, like, technocratic, elitist, too serious about everything that they talk about. And there's certainly a lot of that on the Republican Party side as well. And we've seen failed initiatives from establishment Republicans that tried to recreate the Trump phenomenon with the likes of Ron DeSantis, and that was a massive failure. But ultimately, I think this goes beyond podcasts. This is something that I've been...
It was a massive failure on the national stage, but in Florida, DeSantis is really popular. And I believe he won re-election in 2022 by something absurd, like a 15-point margin. So, the DeSantis Republican primary project was a failure, but he is one of the more successful state-level politicians in the country right now.
Been talking about quite frequently. I know the podcast thing is, like, the most, like, that's the one that got everyone's attention. But I said this on CNN last night, that you can't really podcast your way out of this problem. Like, having, there was that one tweet saying, like, oh, we just gotta have 100 Pod Save Americas, but they all have to look like Hasan. Like, that's not how this works.
Oh, you think that one tweet might have been wrong? But the like, I guess, so I agree with that. It became the couple, the kind of, like, I don't know, like, just have had this devastating loss to Trump, and everybody's looking for these sort of little explanations that all feel they just feel silly. Like, oh, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. And even saying, like, I don't even want to talk about how stupid that is anymore, because even that has become stupid. But I do agree that, like, people are like, oh, well, she should have gone on Rogan. All right, yeah, sure. I think so too.
That would not have changed the outcome of this election.
There's a larger problem to what you're getting at, which is like, why don't we have figures and where, like, we think they would do great?
It's sort of death by a thousand cuts when it came to Kamala's alternative media strategy, because she did not tap into it nearly as much as she could have. So it wasn't just the fact that she didn't do Rogan. It was the fact that she didn't do, 24 podcasts in the final month and a half. And most, like, a lot of these podcasts would have given her a platform because it equals a ton more engagement for them. So yeah, she should have gone on Rogan, but she should have been reaching out to like 20 different podcasts to see if she could book appearances.
Great on that show. And why is someone like Joe Rogan now, who was 4 years ago open to Bernie, now suddenly open to Trump? Like, that's the deeper problem. Like, you look at, like, successful Democratic messengers or progressive messengers over the last, like, decades, and you think, all right, well, Bill Clinton obviously was successful and he, like, ran against the Democratic Party in some way. Barack Obama did the same thing. Bernie does the same thing. AOC does the same thing.
Theo Vaughn even reached out to interview her, and her campaign said no. Is that true? Theo has said at least a couple times he'd like to talk to Kamala Harris. I mean, that guy would have been such a softball, because I feel like Theo Vaughn is entertaining and he's pretty funny, but he's not adversarial. Like, I've never once seen him take any kind of adversarial or challenging tone with any of his guests. Rogan doesn't do it often, but he has done it. I have seen him argue with his guests on various. I've seen him argue with Matt Walsh. I've seen him argue with Steven Crowder. I've seen him argue with Candace Owens. I've never seen Theo Vaughn argue with anyone yet.
I'm not talking about on policy.
You don't mean it, like, also in the same direction of running against?
No, but running against the establishment in some way, and just saying, and the reason I connect them is because they all did something which is demonstrated that they were not part of the Democratic establishment, both, like, on policy and rhetorically, right? Like, that's what they all did. And I'm just wondering, like, what, like, the one place where, like, I know you, like, find, there's a place where there's, like, kind of an alignment of, like, the Seth Moulton critique of the Democratic Party and the lefty critique of the Democratic Party, which is just, like, it's annoying and, like, kind of, I don't know, like, pedantic in some way.
It's an incorrect interpretation, an incorrect autopsy to look back at a thing that the Democratic Party did not do at all and then say it's actually that reason. It's not anything that we did so far. It's not that we tacked to the right over and over again, despite people like myself and many others saying, like, don't do this. You're going to hemorrhage the base. You're going to hemorrhage the base of support. You are going to cut away at your turnout. You're going to cut across many different constituencies that you rely on to create an effective coalition. And it's a very dangerous gamble to assume that you can decouple a lot of these people in the suburbs, a lot of, like, white women specifically, away from the...
What is the evidence that the Democratic Party has shifted right in the last 10 years? There's the border bill, which is what progressives and socialist lefties harp on a lot to make the point that that the party has shifted right. But what else? When we look at Biden's policies, and these two address this in just a little bit, he shifted well to the left of Obama on a number of these policies. And so what I would want to hear more of an explanation, because when I look at the party now compared with the party of Clinton in the 90s, there's no question that the Democratic Party has shifted left gradually over time.
Republican Party and vote for you.
Kamala was pivoting to the center, but more when it came to aesthetics. It was more about, she touted Liz Cheney's endorsement, for example, but she didn't promise Liz Cheney lower taxes, war with Iran, less government regulation. It wasn't a policy concession when it came to the Liz Cheney endorsement. It was just, hey, look at this conservative former Republican representative that's endorsing me because she thinks that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Rhetorically and when it came to messaging, Kamala definitely catered much of her campaign rhetoric to, centrist, moderates, never Trump Republicans who may be on the fence about, or people who are on the fence about Trump. But she didn't aggressively court them with policy promises or anything like that.
For you instead, I know that they're high propensity voters, but it doesn't matter. There's still plenty of low propensity voters that you have to rely on to win. And that's precisely what the Democratic Party did. They hyper focused on these key constituencies, despite the fact that polls were seemingly deadlocked after $30 million of ad spend in key suburbs, right? Like it showed, at least I said this time and time again, it showed someone from the outside looking in that the message was not working. And you can have the best ground game possible. You can have, hundreds of thousands of people all across the country door knocking. But if the top-down message that you're communicating is not resonating with people, then you're not going to be able to win an election. You're not going to have the effective turnout necessary to win this election. And that is precisely what happened. Now, does that mean that Trump's messaging was good? Of course not. It wasn't. It was actually pretty bad. And I would even go so far as...
there's a group called Blueprint who came out with a survey that they did. They just released the results today, and some of these answers are pretty fascinating. Swing voters broke for Trump 52% versus just 38% for Harris. Nearly half of swing voters who chose Trump made their decision in the final weeks, including 27% in the final days. So basically, a quarter of all swing voters chose who they were going to vote for in the final days of the election. 15% in the last week, and 12% on election day, suggesting they were genuinely up for grabs. This is substantially later than swing voters who broke for Harris, just 15% of whom decided in the last week or election day. In the eyes of swing voters who chose Trump, Democrats were misaligned on their top policy priorities. These voters were more likely to view Democrats as, quote, too focused on identity politics, 67%, and, quote, not doing enough to address crime, 68%. That one is a tough pill to swallow, considering that Kamala is a former prosecutor and Donald Trump is a convicted felon. And Joe Biden was responsible for dispersing hundreds of millions of dollars to law enforcement groups all over the country. So it's just kind of difficult for me to unpack that. 75% of swing voters who chose Trump said it is accurate that Democrats are, quote, too focused on fighting Trump rather than bringing the country together. Over 80% of swing voters who chose Trump believed Harris held positions she didn't campaign on in 2024, including supporting taxpayer funding for transgender surgeries for undocumented immigrants. God, that is so hyper-specific. Mandatory electric vehicles by 2035, decriminalizing border crossings, and defunding the police. Only 22% of swing voters who broke for Trump believed Harris prioritized Americans like me versus party activists, a stark contrast with 80% who said Trump prioritizes Americans like me over party activists. There's a whole lot of data in here to unpack. But when it comes down to critiques from Hasan and a lot of socialist / progressive lefties in the social media information ecosystem, their argument always boils down to, if you want to win, shift to the left. And this is something that I deeply, 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 deeply disagree with. I find it difficult to comprehend someone not acknowledging that sometimes you have to meet voters where they're at. You could be right on every issue, right? But if you have a really misinformed public that believes certain things about immigrants or whomever, you either need to educate them super fast, which is difficult, or you have to somewhat meet them where they are. And I just never hear that kind of talk from Hasan. His theory of the case is the more left you go, the better you're going to do with any electorate in any midterm or any general election. And I've just never seen any evidence that this is true. In practice, I just don't see it. I mean, sometimes lefties win elections and many times they don't. But yeah.
To say the anti-trans ads were actually a distraction and not good. It was only effective in the DC bubble, I think, and the consultant bubble and the media class that saw those ads and were like, oh my God, this is an incredible ad. Like, they really ruined Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris had a silly answer to an ACLU questionnaire, okay? That just shows that she is not the most experienced politician. This was all the way back.
Was it even a silly answer? So the policy of giving, now I'm gonna get hyper specific. The policy of giving sex change operations to transgender illegal migrants in detention is actually written into our laws. And this law was in place when Trump was president too. This was the policy under Trump. It's the same policy. If you have a transgender inmate that is an illegal migrant in some kind of jail or institution or whatever, sex change surgeries and gender reassignment surgeries are a part of healthcare, and these institutions are obligated to provide that care. Again, this policy was in place when Trump was president. Now, groups have looked into this to see if they could find any examples of it actually happening, and there are none. To my knowledge, so far, that's never happened. There's never been a sex change operation given to an illegal migrant in one of our prisons or something. Perfect example, my dad, a Trump voter, only ever heard Kamala once at the debate. That was the only thing he had seen of her that wasn't through the lens of Fox News. How would she get his vote without trying to get in front of him? Because all the policies I told him about, he agreed with, but he saw Trump daily. A lot of people just vote via, I know that name. Yeah, of course. It's a huge name recognition is probably the most important asset that any politician can have.
And I believe 2020, right? She literally.
Why didn't Harris' campaign refute the ad? They actually talked about that in an interview that the Pod Save America guys did. They interviewed, I think, 3 or 4 people that served in Kamala's campaign and was responsible for a lot of these decisions. And they did focus test ads refuting the ad or pointing out the fact that that law was in effect when Trump was president. It was the same policy when he was president. And what they found with their focus group testing, was that it actually did more harm than good to try to even refute it. And so their calculation was to just not even engage. To them, according to them, was a data-driven decision to not respond to that ad. But yeah.
Literally had to drop out of the primary anyway at that time. That's one thing, okay? But that should not be a campaign killer. If you personally think that that's a campaign killer, then your campaign is weak. This message across the board should never be able to end a single campaign. Then Teflon Don is real. I mean, the man had the grab him by the pussy tape come out as the October surprise in 2016, and he still won. And since then, there's been a litany of different controversies, including but not limited to straight up undermining American democracy by doing January 6th. And yet people are still voting for him. And one must ask the question, why? And I think overall, the same exact problems that persisted in 2016 when the economy was seemingly very good, right? Especially as opposed to like the post-COVID economy and its recovery. People were still very frustrated with what was going on. The notion that in the wealthiest nation on earth, we have 600,000 people sleeping outside every night. The idea that we have the concept of medical bankruptcy is an insane phenomenon that doesn't exist in any other OECD nation. Like the fact that 40% of the American public don't or 60% of the American public doesn't have $400 in emergency spending. Like these are exist in any other OECD nation. Like the fact that 40% of the American public don't or 60% of the American public doesn't have $400 in emergency spending.
So okay. My understanding is that this stat came from a study that was commissioned by like a predatory lending corporation. It was like a Paycheck Advance kind of company is I think where this stat comes from. I think the real story is actually much different. I think the median family in America has $8,000 cash liquid and over $180,000 of wealth. I think this stat is complete bullshit. Let's do a quick fact check. According to PolitiFact, a January survey conducted by Magnify Money, a website about personal finance, found that 50% of Americans say they live paycheck to paycheck and have no money left after all their expenses are paid. Additional 15% of Americans say it varies. Now, the problem with this stat is that somebody who's making $150,000 a year can technically be living paycheck to paycheck. If they have family, if they decide to live beyond their means, et cetera, et cetera. It makes no distinction between someone who's under the poverty level and somebody who's fabulously wealthy. You'll have some people that make $300,000 a year that self-report paying, living paycheck to paycheck. What Hasan claimed was that 60% of the country doesn't have $400 to spare in an emergency. I don't think this is true. Gary Burtless, an economist and senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, cautioned that the phrase living paycheck to paycheck has no precise definition. For example, people can report they live paycheck to paycheck, even if they're making high salaries, depending on how responsibly they manage their finances and what they've deemed as necessary expenses. I would be skeptical of statistics that are based on this concept unless there is a very clear definition with a precise link to hard facts about the relationship between a family's monthly income sources and its basic consumption needs. He said, Burtless pointed to the December 2021 survey that found 42% of people making more than $100,000 a year reported living paycheck to paycheck. With that in mind, he said he was reasonably confident that a sizable percentage of folks living paycheck to paycheck own the home they live in, have accumulated some savings in a retirement plan, and live fairly comfortable lives compared with that of their grandparents' generation. True. This is what I'm talking about. Why don't we just do a poll? Let's just do a poll on Twitch right now. And we'll do it anonymous so people don't need to report their income or whatever. But the question is going to be, do you have $400, at least $400 to spare if an emergency? I'm going to give you guys 1 minute. There's your poll. We'll view the results. We'll see them live come in on stream. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. 1 minute. Do you have at least $400 to spare in an emergency? Now, listen, I don't know how much data you can extrapolate from my stream. It's probably primarily male. It's probably within the 25 to 35 age bracket. And so we have to include younger people, which are going to struggle more financially. It has to include older people, which tend to struggle less financially. But according to this Snap poll that we just did, 75% of you guys, nearly 3 out of 4 of you guys have $400 to spend in the case of an emergency. And I believe that this whole like living paycheck to paycheck thing and 60% of the people don't have $400, I think is complete nonsense. I don't think that's true. But it gets repeated over and over and over and over again, which is not to minimize the suffering that people that endure poverty have to go through. I'm not minimizing that. I want to address those conditions with legislation, with policy, with good leadership. I want to see robust government programs to make sure that people don't have to experience things like medical bankruptcy. So I agree with Hasan when it comes to that. I'm just saying this specific stat, this specific talking point about people not having $400 to spend, I don't think it's true. I do not think that's true.
Like, these are all very real economic anxieties. I'm using that term specifically because, you know, it's one thing that people like to hyper focus on, that creates volatility, that creates instability, and it creates a base of angry people. And if the Democratic Party is not addressing that anger and addressing their material problems and earnestly telling them, like, we're going to fix that, okay? And the other side is looking at that anger and saying, we're going to channel your anger. You have every right to be angry. And you know who you should be angry at? Those who have less than you. You know who you should be angry at? The working poor, the homeless people that are doing crimes left and right, black and brown people, undocumented migrants that are doing incredible amounts of crimes. They're killing hundreds of thousands of Americans.
This is the theory of politics, that policy, that you can get over the finish line as long as you just deliver populist policies. And Joe Biden was, without a doubt, the most economically populist president of my lifetime. It was an enormous social spending package with the ARP. That was the very first thing that he did. They have childhood poverty. They did more extended unemployment. They just handed out massive amounts of cash with the ARP. And then he was very union friendly, appointed Lena Khan to head the NLRB. We saw domestic manufacturing jobs go up by tens of thousands. Those are union paying jobs. Those are good blue collar jobs. We saw Joe Biden forgive student loan debt for close to 4 to 5 million American borrowers. He wiped out through executive action 10% of all student debt, pursued a much more sweeping policy before that with executive authority, but the courts prevented him from doing that. So he went about it in a different direction. And on and on and on and on and on. Like he actually, he ran as being a moderate, and then he ended up being way more progressive than definitely people like me anticipated. But when Hasan talks about the issue like this, well, people have these material conditions that need to be addressed. If you don't address these material conditions, they're going to turn to a demagogue like Trump, who is full of shit, but he's at least promising them that he's going to fix these issues. Well, that whole framing implies that Joe Biden and the Democrats didn't do anything to address anyone's material conditions. I keep talking about this over and over again in recent streams, but Joe Biden literally bailed out the pension fund for the Teamsters Union and significantly bolstered the bottom line for 250,000 Teamster members, many of them retirees. Their retirement pension funds were threatened. They were drying up, and he stepped in and provided, I think, $32 billion to bail out that fund specifically. And yet 1 out of 3 Teamsters, according to their internal polls, still favored Trump. So it is just simply not enough. It is simply not enough to do progressive populist policies. That alone is not going to win you elections.
Americans and trans people, and the Democratic Party only cares about those people and they don't care about you. And that message resonates with a base of support, not because they are intrinsically evil. That message resonates with a base of support because they're angry, and one of the 2 major parties is not even remotely interested in addressing that anger and trying to tell them what the solution to that anger actually is and what the real problem is.
So his language here is that the Democrats are not even remotely trying to help these people with populist policies. I can forgive a little bit of hyperbole when we're having discussions when it comes to politics, but this is egregious. It's just egregious. And I did tell you that I pre-watched this, but he will contradict himself not too long from this moment, and we'll revisit this. We'll revisit this point that he just made.
That message resonates with a base of support because they're angry, and one of the 2 major parties is not even remotely interested in addressing that anger and trying to tell them what the solution to that anger actually is and what the real problem is.
So I want to break that into kind of how we the Democratic brand, how we message and all, but also on the policy front. So Joe Biden wins. He tries to kind of build consensus with Bernie. He brings in AOC. He goes to the left on antitrust. He does the Inflation Reduction Act. He does a post-COVID relief bill. He cancels as much debt as he can legally, even though the court is trying to stop him. Mm-hmm. Before the last year, what my view of this is Joe Biden, this consensus Democrat, right? Actually to the right of the consensus for most of his career, kind of somebody that had to be kind of pulled to where the party was going, did something extraordinary, which is he adapted, he changed, he governed in a much more progressive way than I think probably than I expected. I hope that you expected.
Oh, absolutely.
And
so just keep this in mind. So because this is going to be relevant coming up later in this discussion. But Lovett makes the point that Biden surprised all of us by being way more progressive on policy than basically all of us expected. And Hasan agreed with that and said, yes, absolutely. Yes, I agree. He was way more progressive on policy than I thought it would be. He ends up contradicting himself a little bit later on here.
It seems as though whether it's because people didn't feel it or people didn't believe it, or the way Democrats talk about policy is ineffective, it didn't seem to matter in terms of how people viewed the Democratic response to the economy, right? They were so angry about inflation. They were angry about a bunch of other issues, and it really didn't matter what Joe Biden said or what Kamala Harris said. They were held responsible. And I'm just wondering how you explain that, right? Like, it seems as though Joe Biden tried to listen to this exact critique, and it didn't matter.
So yes and no.
Yes. 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 That's exactly what happened. Biden went in there and ended up governing well to the left of what he campaigned on in 2020, and it didn't matter. Voters didn't reward him for it.
I do agree. There are plenty of things that Joe Biden did, like beefing up the NLRB and letting the FTC rain hell upon these monopolies. There's two issues there, though. One is, I think, something that you will agree with as well, that the Democrats don't campaign year-round in the same way that Republicans do on key issues, and they do have a massive communication problem.
Now, this I will 1,000% agree with Hasan. He's 1,000% right. The right wing, the Republican Party, the MAGA movement, Trump, they have a 24/7, 365 days a year media ecosystem that never stops. It never, ever, 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 ever stops. And it seems as though the party kind of hibernates a little bit in between elections. It's true that you did see Biden do press events in various cities around the country touting the accomplishments of his various pieces of legislation that he signed into effect or signed into law. So, for example, showing up in Detroit and talking about this new project that's happening because of the infrastructure bill, et cetera, et cetera. He did do events like these all over the country, but people don't really tune into those kind of things. And the Democrats have not figured out how to keep their messaging going in a way that can be salient and relevant in the same way that right-wing talking points are 365 days a year. They're just really, really struggling with that right now. So I fully agree with Hasan's take right there specifically.
Could potentially be solved by having a more robust ecosystem and more collaboration with even the likes of yourself and maybe even someone like myself as well. And they need to always be on. They need to always be counter messaging against the anti-immigration sentiment. I went back and looked at my commentary from February of 2021 when the story of the Customs and Border Patrol Haitian migrants getting whipped by horseback Customs and Border Patrol people officers was in the news. And I remember talking about how the Republicans are going to keep hitting the immigrants are doing crime note over and over again because that's the one thing that they have. And it's built around a complete falsehood that undocumented migrants are responsible for incredible amounts of crime. It's not correct. There is no data to suggest this. The data actually shows the exact opposite. Undocumented migrants are your neighbors. They contribute to the economy in very meaningful ways, and they very rarely take anything in return. Why is the Democratic Party not pushing this counter narrative? And they never did. Instead of pushing that counter narrative, which is based in...
They did. Joe Biden did in his horrendous debate. The answer that he gave, it was a really bad answer. He talked about how, oh my God, do you remember the answer that he gave on this? When he talked about the specific issue, he talked about the need for border security, but also stressed the point that most were happening from like people that you know, it was like your loved ones. What do you remember the answer that he gave? It was so bad. It was so bad. And Hasan is right. He is 1,000% correct when it comes to crime from documented and undocumented migrants. What the data show over and over and over again is that both undocumented and documented migrants commit crimes at lesser levels than native-born Americans. The challenge is, how relevant are these and how convincing are these stats going to be when there's something like prejudice that exists out there or inherent biases? You can tell somebody this fact, and there's going to be probably half the people in this country that hear that fact, number one, they're just not going to believe you when you tell them this stuff. You could pull out your phone and show them the crime statistics, and they're not going to care. And so For Hasan to say, well, all Democrats had to do was say, well, actually these people are really, really good. And, I guess ostensibly we really shouldn't do much of anything to crack down on border security, or this is not going to be a winning message. I don't know, with this electorate right now, which has demonstrably shifted right in the Trump era, and especially during the Biden years when we saw a level of influx at our border that we have never seen before, it scared the shit out of people. And the right-wing messaging from Fox News and Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, was invasion. They're coming in and invading. They're taking your jobs. They're going to bring crime to the cities that you live in, and Lake and Riley and blah, 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 all this stuff. And Hasan is ostensibly saying that the way that you break through to those kinds of people is to say, no, actually, none of this is an actual real problem. You're being lied to 24/7, and we're really not going to do much to crack down on the border, which is, as much as I want that message to get through to people, it's not enough to just tell people migrants commit crime at lower levels. A lot of these people are just not going to believe you. And this is an electorate that you have to deal with. And so, in order to, at the risk of using a loaded word when it comes to Hasan, re-educate people, this is going to take time. This is going to take a lot of time. If we're going to turn this electorate into one that is right now in the current moment really skeptical of immigrants and starting to become more and more nativist, if we're going to turn that electorate into one that is more open-minded about immigrants, into one that wants more immigration, that is going to take a lot of time. That's going to take a lot of time. So I agree with Hasan sort of in principle that this needs to happen. We need to start talking about these issues in convincing and clear and concise ways. I don't disagree with him on that, but I don't think that Kamala could have done that in the last 100 days. You know what I mean? So there's a bit of push and pull here, because I like part of Hasan's argument. I think it is correct, but I'm very deeply skeptical that Biden could have broken through the right-wing media machine that's been spinning at full speed for the last 3 decades with virulently anti-immigrant messaging. That is going to take a long time to unpack. And I agree that we have to start now, but you also have to meet these voters where they are in the meantime, which is why Biden and Kamala supported the bipartisan immigration bill, which did a lot of things that maybe people like you and me, people in chat that are open to immigration, we like more immigration, we think that America should have more immigration. Yeah, it is complicated. Until the attitude shifts, until we have an electorate that wants more immigration, you're gonna have to do stuff like the bipartisan immigration bill. Because if you don't do anything to address the border, which is something that a significant number of Americans are concerned with, if you don't do anything, or if you tell people you were just lied to, you believe in things that aren't real, even if you're right, that's not going to be a winning message. It's just not. They will punish you. If Biden hadn't, if Kamala hadn't promised to do anything about securing our border, then she would have lost by even more.
In truth, and talk about how undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural born U.S. citizens are, or that fentanyl being trafficked across the U.S. borders are actually not coming in the knapsack of a otherwise.
Here's a good litmus test, right? Go to your, we already did Thanksgiving, so maybe I should have told you guys this a couple days ago, but it would have been useful for people to go to their Thanksgiving dinners with their families. And if their families are the type that talk about politics, it would have been really informative for people to say, okay, show your MAGA family these facts. Tell them that migrants commit crime at lower levels. And then just tell me for the people in chat, what do you think your MAGA parents would have said if you told them, no, actually migrants are committing less crime? What are 99 out of 100 MAGA parents going to say in that spot? They are going to laugh in your face. They are going to laugh in your face and say, yes, I don't believe you. You're not telling the truth. Are you kidding me? And if you ask these people how much more crime do you think migrants commit than native born Americans, they would probably all say like 500 to 1,000%. They just will not believe you. And again, this is something that you have to contend with.
Law-abiding abuela, but instead it's coming from regular points of entry trafficked by American citizens. 90% of the people that are being apprehended for chemical compounds necessary for fentanyl or direct drugs that they're trafficking across the border are American citizens. Like this does not track with the narrative that people believe, because the narrative is dominated by the right on this issue. They should have been counter messaging against that, and they should have been putting bills forward in defense of the moves that, for example, Governor Greg Abbott was engaging in Ron DeSantis. I said this even back then, that this is actually a fantastic opportunity for the federal government to show that there is a more tolerant approach, that one, they should have immediately pursued Governor Greg Abbott legally and arrested him for human trafficking and tried to prosecute him for human trafficking. I don't care if it's a constitutional crisis or not. All of this stuff was...
I'm trying. Okay, I want to be nice, so I don't want to laugh this. If Joe Biden would have, tried to sick Merrick Garland on Greg Abbott and arrest the governor of Texas, can you imagine what the headlines would have looked like the next day? Can you imagine? That would have been a public the public would have turned on the public 1,000% broadly would have sided with Abbott. Even if you think what Abbott did was disgusting, it would have played right into the right-wing framing of Democrats that they're these authoritarian communist wannabe dictators. And the public would have turned, they would have 1,000% sided with Abbott. In I'll call it naivete, but I think in Hasan's mind, Merrick Garland comes in there with federal marshals and, I guess engages physically with Greg Abbott's security team and, puts handcuffs on a guy in a wheelchair and then puts that guy in a van. The optics of that would have destroyed the administration and the Democratic Party. It would have provoked such an insane pendulum swing to the right if they would have done that. But this is sort of the authoritarian kind of tendencies that a lot of leftists have. That people like Hasan and to a lesser degree people like Kyle Kulinski have.
Was insanely messed up, and the federal government dropped the ball. I think the Biden administration dropped the ball by not adding additional funds immediately, sending additional funds immediately to places like Chicago and New York, and to figure out a better way to transition a lot of these people and integrate them into the American labor force. And instead, they just got stuck in this legal limbo for no reason.
So why is it that, okay, so Republicans say they sort of lay all these problems at the feet of undocumented immigrants. They say they're responsible for crime.
Yeah.
No, they're not. But there are obviously undocumented people. They're people, and some are committing terrible crimes, which they then exploit. But for the most part, these are people that not only are committing crimes at a low rate, but actually are unable to go to the police when they're victims of crime, whether that's a domestic violence, they can't go to the police, or whether that's just sort of the quotidian mayhem of living in America, or a boss taking advantage of you. They can't go to the police, right?
Yeah.
Then they say, oh, well, they don't pay taxes. Actually, that's not true. They pay into Medicare, they pay into Social Security, and they don't get the benefits of it back. And then they say, well, they're driving up the cost of housing. I do not believe that undocumented people are the reason a house costs $450,000 where it used to cost $350,000.
Yeah, I didn't realize there were executives at BlackRock. The Guatemalan migrants are mass purchasing houses and making sure that everyone's a permanent renter. That's the point, though. But it's not a trans person that's your landlord. It's not an undocumented immigrant that's your landlord that's raising the cost of rent. It's not, your manager is not an undocumented immigrant.
There are two big problems, though. One is there are a lot of people saying this, and it doesn't break through because there is this right-wing media system that puts out this one story. And the second problem is, Democrats really don't have trust on this issue with the people that they're trying to persuade to see it our way, which I think goes to the point you made before, right? Which is, why is it that Donald Trump can meander around the country rambling, committing what in any other era would be, if not like campaign ending, like campaign harming, ridiculous statements, gaffes, sure. That he can basically be in like a strategic mess, but Kamala Harris has to hit every point exactly right. If she says the wrong thing on The View, or there's a bad interview from 2020, those things can be campaign ending. And I think to your point, it goes to something deeper, a kind of a lack of a like kind of, I don't know, core vision or motivating mission for the current Democratic Party.
Yeah, something that is an understandable, easy to communicate, simple policy that you can put your campaign around. So we agree on the messaging front a little bit, at least, or the asymmetry of how much right-wing media dominates the ecosystem, the media ecosystem in general, all the way from independent outlets down to traditional media, where, as far as I understand it, 73% now, I think, of all news watchers are watching Fox News. 73%. That's an insane percentage. That's an insane number, right?
Is that true? What percentage of news watchers watch Fox News? From 2 days ago, the Fox News hit a record 62% of cable news share. Jesus. The specific claim that he made was that 73% of all news watchers watch Fox News. This is a source from here, right here. Fox News channel commanded its highest share of cable news audience in network history last week as CNN and MSNBC continue to hemorrhage viewers since Election Day. Fox News finished the week of November 11th through 17th with its highest share of cable news audience among total in the network's 28-year history across multiple categories. Where's the 73% claim? Fox News finished with a 69% share of total cable news viewers for the week. Fox News finished with a staggering 72% share of cable news viewers during its prime time. So these were specific times. So I think Hasan misunderstood the stat. These were specific days. I mean, those are staggering numbers, but he said that it was 73% of like regular news watchers regularly, are watching Fox News, and it was just in the post-election couple of weeks.
Outside of that, though, I think here is the disagreement that we will have. That while Joe Biden did a bunch of stuff that I agree was positive, it was simply not enough. And that was something that I was always very critical on as well.
Okay, at this point in the interview, I get really triggered, and I'm going to try to keep my composure, but it's triggering.
If you see a homeless person and you chuck them 2 pennies, and they're sitting on the corner of the street, like, yeah, technically, their material wealth improved by.
So this is what I mean when what he said earlier was that Joe Biden surprised him and delivered an agenda that was way more progressive than what he originally expected. And now, some 10 minutes later, the way that he's describing that through metaphor it's as though Biden gave a homeless person 2 cents. And again, I can forgive political hyperbole. That's normal in political discourse. To engage in hyperbole is very normal and excusable to a certain degree. But I feel like he is completely contradicting the point that he made earlier. He said that Lena Khan, or he said, he said that the agencies that Biden staffed rained hell on corporate monopolies. And he said that Biden was way more progressive in his governance than what he campaigned on in 2020. And now he's describing all of that as giving 2 pennies to a homeless person. My dude, how big were those child tax credits every month when that policy was in effect? How many parents are in the chat? Was it 300 per kid? Was it 600 per kid? For a year, because of Joe Biden's policy, American parents all over the country were mailed a check or had direct deposit every month. It was hundreds of dollars in their bank account every month. And when you talk to those parents, and I did talk to many of those parents that benefited from that policy, they said it was a godsend. They said it was a really big deal. They said they used that money and they spent it on food, clothes, essential items for their kids. What they did with that policy during that year is they halved childhood poverty. They halved it. They cut it in half. And the Democrats didn't have enough votes on their own to defeat a filibuster in the Senate. Do you know why? To make that tax credit permanent. Do you know why? Because every Republican opposed it. If they could have convinced 10 Republican senators to go along with it, they would have made that tax credit permanent. But to me, when I hear someone say, you know, throwing 2 pennies to a homeless person, that doesn't square with cutting childhood poverty in half. This goes so far beyond, in my opinion, acceptable hyperbole. I think you could just call it a lie. It's just a complete lie to characterize Biden's policies, his super progressive policies. Like, I know of people, I interacted with people who got an email one day and said, hey, congratulations. You had, several thousands of dollars worth of student loan debt, and it's just forgiven. He completely forgave student loan debt for 4 to 5 million people in this country. They got an email saying, you don't owe any more money. Your debt is squared. And in Hasan's mind, that's giving 2 pennies to a homeless person. I just don't understand this characterization. I think it's so dishonest.
A decent percentage, but he's still going to be mad at you because you just gave him 2 pennies. Why doesn't the homeless person understand that their situation is much better? That is not an effective way to communicate to Americans that, like, no, you don't understand. Inflation is actually under control, that the economy is rebounding, even if it's objective truth, because most Americans don't understand what inflation is, and they don't understand that prices are not going to go down in that circumstance. And besides that, I factored.
Somebody in chat asked what Biden did about homelessness. A cursory Google search, you'll find a press release from January 29th, 2024 that announces the Biden-Harris administration awards $3.16 billion in homelessness assistance funding to communities nationwide.
This is not just the vibe session communications, but I'm also talking about specifically, like, even the IRA or many of these other like parts of the legislative agenda that Biden put forth that was more progressive than I expected, more progressive than even the Obama administration in many respects. Mm-hmm. But one, they didn't do a good job of communicating any of those victories, in my opinion. They did.
What victories? You just said those victories amounted to 2% to 2 pennies to a homeless person. So which one is it? If you really think it's just 2 pennies to a homeless person, then what do the Biden people have to brag about? What do they have to campaign on? It's nothing, right? It's like 2 pennies, right?
They did not actually, like, go to the media regularly to show these victories and to showboat and gloat a little bit. 2, a lot of that was also held up in gridlock because we didn't whip votes well enough within our own party. And I think that there was a lot of punishments that should have been dished out to the likes of Joe Manchin and the likes of...
And now we arrive at a phenomenon, an instinct that I've observed many, many, many times in being in the political space. This is the leftist tendency to just say, just do the thing. If you're ever having any problems getting a thing done, if you don't have the votes to get a thing done, if you don't have the political capital to get a thing done, if you don't have the legal authority to get a thing done, doesn't matter. Just do the thing. Just do it. Just do the thing. Punish Joe Manchin? I don't know what that means. The Democrats ended up with something like a 12-seat majority in the House in 2020, and it was a 50-50 perfect split in the Senate because of the 2 Georgia runoffs. They couldn't lose a single vote in the Senate if they wanted to get any piece of legislation done that didn't involve a bipartisan effort and Republicans coming across the aisle to support whatever legislation, which happened several times. There's no room for error. And unfortunately, in a 50-50 Senate, someone like Joe Manchin in West Virginia, someone like Kyrsten Sinema in Arizona, they have all the leverage in the world. In the case of Kyrsten Sinema, she was trying to emulate the senator that she replaced, John McCain. She was trying to emulate him and serve the Arizonian constituents in the same manner that she thought that McCain would have. And so she went from being this like Green Party super lefty in the early 2000s to a super moderate Democrat in 2020. And reportedly, she had aspirations of running for president one day. She had these lofty notions that if she ran as a consensus builder and a centrist and a moderate, that would one day lead to her being in the White House. That's reportedly what the chatter was behind the scenes, what she was telling people behind the scenes. In the case of Joe Manchin, he was serving in West Virginia, which was a state that went for Biden by 40 points. There is nothing that you can threaten Joe Manchin with. And furthermore, Joe Manchin was intractable. He was publicly intractable. He wrote an op-ed for, I believe, the Wall Street Journal when there was a ton of pressure on him to make carve-outs for the filibuster. He wrote this op-ed saying, I'm not going to do that. I'm never going to do that ever, ever, ever. There's nothing you can threaten me with. I'm never going to vote to get rid of the filibuster. And when you have someone like that in a 50-50 Senate, sometimes the answer is no. That's it. That's it. Sometimes the answer is no. And in the case of Manchin, it was, no, I'm not going to give you this, but I'll give you maybe like a third of that, or I'll give you half of that. And in that spot, it's better to take that half or that third than nothing at all. Why does this need to be explained? I don't understand. Anyways.
Kyrsten Sinema, rather than offering a Green senator an opportunity to be a prominent fixture of the Democratic Party, I think that a lot more punishments should have been issued towards these people that use the moment of the spotlight to specifically play the role of a rotating villain in the Democratic Party, which has happened time and time again, all the way from Joe Lieberman.
The theory of the rotating villain is something that you hear in leftist spaces, and it's a theory that, you know, basically the Democrats behind the scenes kind of conspire to always have one or two people that are going to spoil progressive policies. And, you know, in each Congress, there's a new villain that's going to spoil the progressive policies. And it's like, you know, you conspire behind the scenes. And, you know, Joe Manchin in 2020 threw his hand up and said, you know what, I'll be the villain this time. And then Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden all applauded and said, thank you for your bravery. We appreciate your sacrifice. It's a silly theory. Like the fact of the matter is that different senators and different representatives represent different constituents, and those constituents are wildly diverse all across the country. And so it is the case that you shouldn't be all that surprised that someone from West Virginia is going to be more moderate and is going to demand more austerity measures from Biden than, you know, a Democrat serving in Vermont, for example.
And to the Maggie Hassans of the world, the Kyrsten Sinemas, the Joe Manchins of the world, and the problem solvers caucuses within Congress in general. These guys need to get whipped into shape.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What if you did everything you could possibly do? You tried to negotiate with every tactic that you know of, and they say no. And Manchin still says no. And it's a 50-50 Senate. What are you supposed to do? This is just a natural check and balance that's built into our government. The Congress is a co-equal branch of government. You cannot force them to vote a certain way. If you could force senators and force representatives to vote certain ways, then we would have had a public option in the ACA, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, I just I wish I believed that. I just wish I believed that. But
think about it.
And here, Lovett, I think it's very obvious in this moment that Lovett is using kid gloves with Hasan. I feel like in Lovett's brain, he's obviously thinking to himself, this is silly. This is stupid. What are we doing here? We're talking about just whip the votes, punish Joe Manchin. But he uses kid gloves here in this next spot. And I think he does a really good job of explaining why what Hasan is saying is insane.
I don't know how much more you could have gotten out of Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema. Like Joe Manchin basically was telegraphing the whole time, like I'll walk away. and Joe Biden kept him in the tent. That got judges through, that got the Inflation Reduction Act through. Like, I do not believe, like, I think we agree on a lot. I just don't believe that there is a version of the Joe Biden presidency that could have been more successful on legislative policy.
Yep.
I don't see that.
You're not going to appreciate what I'm about to say then.
Hit me.
Use the IRS and also the SEC and maybe even the FTC to investigate as to why Joe Manchin's brother owns a coal mine and whether there's a conflict of interest there.
Look, this is an argument that we're super familiar with. This is an argument that Kyle Kulinski, who is best friend of the stream, very close friend of mine, rarely have any critiques of him exited my mouth. But this is something that Kyle Kulinski proposed when I had a conversation with him. I don't know who started this. I'm sure it was some lefty content creator back in 2021 when they were negotiating various aspects of the ARP and Build Back Better. One of them said it first and then they all started repeating it. But this idea that we should sick our regulatory agencies and our Department of Justice on an intransigent Joe Manchin and threaten him with legal action or agency investigations into his daughter, his family members, if he didn't whip his ass in line and uncritically support Joe Biden's agenda, is like, so there's the moral argument. It is wildly unethical. It's wildly corrupt to wield our criminal justice system and our regulatory agencies as a political instrument. But even if you want to say like, oh, you know what? Let's just be scrappy fighters, right? F these norms. If we want to get it done, we got to get our hands dirty, right? If you want to make that argument, fine. I totally disagree. I think we would lose any moral high ground if we did something like that. I'm fairly confident that Biden would have been impeached by his own party if he did that and it became public, which it would have. Manchin would have gone to the media immediately and said, this is completely corrupt. So let's just abandon that argument altogether. Let's just concede that, right? I'm just going to concede, okay, fine. The Democrats need to be scrappy. And if that means being authoritarian, if that means using the regulatory agencies and the criminal justice system to go after your political enemies or senators that are not falling in line and supporting your legislation, fine. I'll grant you that. Fine. Let's have the Democrats do that. How do you counter the inevitability of Joe Manchin switching his party allegiance if something like that had been done? Joe Manchin would have 1,000%, no doubt in my mind, no question about it. He would have said, really? You're going to do that to me and my family? Fine. I'm a Republican. There goes your majority. And now at that point, to Lovett's point, you don't get any judges. You don't get the IRA. You don't get chips. You don't get the infrastructure bill. You get none of that. You get none of that. Here is the question that I want to ask the Hasan fans that I know are going to be in the YouTube comments, pissed that someone is criticizing their favorite content creator. Welcome to the comment section. I'm glad you guys are here. But I want you to substantively address this critique, okay? What do you do when you pressure Manchin with legal investigations, with regulatory investigations? What do you do when Manchin switches his party and becomes a Republican, and there goes your Democratic majority, and now you don't get anything done? You have Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. You get no judges. You get no more legislation. What is the benefit of that? Do you doubt that? Number one, do you doubt that that would happen? If you do doubt it, why do you doubt that? He did leave the party. He left the Democratic Party. He became an independent. He did that in the last year. This is what I mean when I say, like, I think Hasan is a smart guy. I think he is way more informed and better informed than the vast majority of people that live in this country. When he was talking about those migrant crime statistics, for example, he was absolutely right about these things. So he's this educated, informed guy with what I would describe to be sometimes terrible political instincts. It's just this leftist instinct to use a sledgehammer to every problem that you run into. And I'm saying that in politics, sometimes the worst instrument that you can use is a sledgehammer, because Manchin would 1000% have switched parties. And Hasan does not address this at all. He just doubles down on these terrible suggestions. And he laments the Democratic Party as feckless and toothless and spineless because they don't do these terrible things that would have backfired spectacularly.
Investigate why Joe Manchin's daughter is selling pharmaceutical products to the state of West Virginia when Joe Manchin is directly at odds with any sort of bill that passes that would lower the cost of pharmaceuticals.
So you want
Lovett just a moment ago said that Manchin signaled very publicly that he would have walked away. If you pushed him too far, he would have walked away. That's what Lovett said. And Hasan didn't address that at all. He just didn't address that point at all. You have to address that. You have to address that. You have to address that.
want the president
Yes.
to politicize these agencies
Yes.
and use them to go after people.
Because you want to know why?
Tell me why.
And you can see, like, you can tell that Lovett is practicing restraint here because there's a lot of disdain in his voice right there. There's a lot of dismissiveness in his voice right there. The subtext of the way that Lovett just asked that question is he thinks that what Hasan just said and proposed is ridiculous, which it was.
That would lower the cost of pharmaceuticals.
So you want the president
Yes.
to politicize these agencies
Yes.
and use them to go after people.
Because you want to know why?
Tell me why. Hey, tell me why.
Because they're doing it at the behest of not only the American people, their interests, but they're also...
No, Ogre Boy, listen. I know you're a leftist guy. You're a leftist content creator. You have not addressed what I just said. No, you did. You said he left the party anyways. He left the party, I believe, this year to become an independent who still caucused with the Democrats. So, Ogre Boy, I have two questions for you, okay? I have two questions. Number one, do you doubt that Manchin would have switched parties and became a Republican and taken the Senate majority away from the Democrats if Biden had actually followed through on the things that Hasan is suggesting, sending the IRS, the SEC after Manchin's family members, okay? Do you doubt that he would have done that? And then the second question, to be quite honest with you, I forgot because I'm a little bit triggered right now. But Ogre Boy, do you doubt that would have happened? Do you doubt that Joe Manchin would have switched to be a Republican and taken away the Senate majority? This whole idea of like, oh, he switched anyways, that is such a, it's intensely misleading because he switched from Democrat to independent, but he still caucused with the Democrats, which means that Joe Biden still got to pursue his legislative agenda in the first 2 years. He still got a ton of legislation done. He still got over 200 judges confirmed. And none of that happens if he doesn't have the majority.
And this is probably going to frustrate everyone in this audience. But here's the thing that I get very frustrated about.
Wide range of listeners across a broad ideological spectrum.
Here's what really frustrates me.
What frustrates
you? The way the Democratic Party operates. They love norms. They love institutions. They love civility. Mm-hmm. They care about bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is something that
some do, some don't.
Yeah, sure. But for the most part, the broad communication coming out of the Democratic Party is that these are the things that they care about. These are the top line issues.
You know who else likes bipartisanship? Voters. Like a lot. Like a lot. It's like between 70 and 80% of voters, when you ask them, should the parties work together to get legislation done? They say yes.
We got to protect democracy. We got to preserve our institutions. The problem is the other side doesn't give a shit about that. Mm-hmm. So I think I want a Democratic Party that fights for me and others who...
Hasan is not addressing the substance of what Lovett just said. Joe Biden would have walked away if you pushed him like that. He would have walked away. And then you get nothing. And Hasan is not addressing that. He's just doubling down on this, well, you got to fight. He's not taking into account the substance of what Lovett said at all. He's just ignoring it.
Who are marginalized, other people that like desperately need help. And I know that the Republican Party is never going to do that. I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh, well, at least the Republicans are kind of listening to what I have to say, or communicating, channeling the anger that I feel. Like, I don't care. They're charlatans. They're significantly worse than the Democratic Party. I don't like the Democratic Party for their closeness to the Republican Party. I want them to be a party that actually fights for the working class, for all Americans unconditionally, regardless of ideology. And you can't do that through bipartisanship with an otherwise like hostile entity.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Biden proved that you can do it. He got 4 major bipartisan bills over the finish line. 4 major pieces of legislation over the finish line because he got enough Republicans to go along with it.
That is the Republican Party. And I think there is a lot of hypocrisy there, and and hypocrisy that people can see. Hypocrisy is the easiest thing that they can understand.
So you guys in chat, Twitch can't see, but Ogre Boy said, I said earlier, had it all fallen to shit, but then you kept people's eyes on Manchin, at least the populace wouldn't be blaming Harris and Biden, and we're less likely to have a Republican sweep. So Ogre Boy's saying that it would have been preferable to not get any judges confirmed, to not get any pieces of legislation done. If you have Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, that's total gridlock. There wouldn't have been any legislation. And Ogre Boy is saying that outcome would have been better because now you're showing the people that you can fight. Well, seems like you lost that fight if you lose the Senate majority over political strong arming. And Ogre Boy's theory is that Kamala would have been elected because then the voters would have blamed Joe Manchin and Mitch McConnell for the gridlock. Bro, how old are you? Do you know what McConnell did to the Obama administration when he was Senate Majority Leader on Obama's watch? He blocked every judge that he possibly could. He blocked a Supreme Court nomination. He broke with historical norms to block even a confirmation hearing for a Supreme Court nomination. He made no efforts to work across the aisle. He obstructed 1,000% when he was Senate Majority Leader on Obama's watch. And who won in 2016? Did the voters blame Mitch McConnell for the gridlock? No. Donald Trump went on to win the 2016 election. Your whole theory of like how these politics should work is just so insane to me. Like there are certain questions that you can't. I know I'm spending too much time on Ogre Boy here.
And you can't say that these guys are fascists. These guys are racist for 8 years for wanting to build a wall and then turn around and straight up tell Anderson Cooper in that town hall, well, maybe the wall is a good idea and I want to build it myself. I'm going to be the border czar. I'm going to be the border party. You can't do that. Americans look at that and go, so you're admitting that you were just.
Let's talk about Americans. Okay? Let's talk about Americans. He's saying Americans are going to look at that and go, whoa. With Kamala campaign's own internal polling, plus all the public polling that we have at our disposal, which is a lot during an election year, a significant percentage of the electorate was worried about the border. Now, you can say that those worries are overblown if that's your opinion. I don't know how you can say that our border situation was tenable. Like I'm a lefty that is big, like hugely pro-immigration, but the border situation, when I look at that, I'm like, that's not working. The border situation specifically is just not tenable to me. So you can have that opinion, but what do you do when 65% of the country view the southern border as a serious crisis that needs to be addressed? What do you do as a presidential candidate? You're not going to have a chance in hell of winning if you just ignore that or say that the problem it's not a real problem. You cannot ignore what the voters are telling you. The reason why she ran on signing the bipartisan border bill into law is obvious. It's because the voters were telling her, the party, her campaign, that the border is a problem that they want to be addressed in some way, that they want to see addressed in some way. You ignore that at your own peril. You just can't. You can't not do anything about that. You can't. It's not an option.
Just lying for the past 8 years.
Well, it's like, again, though, it's like, I think actually, like you look at somebody like Dan Osborne, right, who ran so far ahead of the Democratic Party, ran as this economic populist, but one of the things he had to do to get there was kind of be tough on immigration. And actually, like, I think part of it goes back to like, if people felt like they knew, like, in their bones, like Bernie Sanders being to me like the signal example, like, you know what Bernie's about. You know what he's for. You know what motivates him. You know what he cares about. Same thing for Trump. You know when there are issues he doesn't give a about, and there's issues he really, really cares about. Immigration is one. Trade, right? Like, you know, the things that that have been anti-crime, whatever. That there are things that have been in Donald Trump's like kind of brain slowly losing plasticity that are like kind of solid in there. And for Bernie, you know, like we know why he's in politics, and that gives a politician the space to kind of challenge orthodoxies in the party or kind of run counter to it, to signal to the people you need to signal to. Now, like, you know, you say, oh, you can't call them fascist and then also work with them. Like, yeah, but at the same time, I just don't know what to do with this nuance. Joe Biden, like, I am glad Joe Biden did the Inflation Reduction Act, and an infrastructure bill, and a gun bill, and the CHIPS Act, and a bunch of other stuff. I'm glad he was able to do all of those things.
And get the judges confirmed,
I'm glad that he was able to use his kind of like moderate brand, whatever, to kind of bring people in and get some stuff done. Like, I don't think the country is better off if he didn't do those.
Yes, those legislation, those bills were better than nothing. Much better than nothing. Much better than nothing.
Things. So, like, you describe it as hypocrisy. Like, it's compromise. Like, politics requires compromise.
If you ever want to see leftists physically recoil and physically exude disgust, say the word compromise, which is, now you can have strong opinions about compromise, but the fact of the matter is that with the way that our American government is structured by design, with co-equal branches of government and strong checks and balances, compromise is necessary. Sometimes it is especially necessary with a 50-50 Senate. With a 50-50 Senate, you have no room for error whatsoever. And if you want to get lasting legislation over the finish line, you're going to need to peel away 10 Republican votes to reach the 60 vote filibuster breaking threshold. There is no getting around compromise in our government sometimes. Now, if the voters give you a broad mandate, like what they gave Barack Obama in 2008, with really comfortable majority in the House, a 60 vote majority in the Senate, and the presidency, well, now you actually have some room to do big, bold, sweeping stuff, which he did with the ACA, which was a big, as Biden said, that bill was a big deal. Despite what any Zoomer who just started paying attention to politics in the last 3 years or whatever tells you about the ACA, it was a seismic shift in this country. It wasn't single payer or multi-payer. It wasn't the public option. Like, I want to see more with our healthcare bill at some point. I do want to see the Democrats get big enough majorities to do something even bigger with healthcare, which the ACA will have paved a path for, but it was a big deal. That's what happens when you give a party that kind of a mandate. You're not going to see that big sweeping stuff with a 50-50 Senate. It's just not going to happen. And you necessarily have to compromise with people you loathe. You know, if you can get Ted Cruz or Rand Paul or Josh Hawley or Rick Scott or any other, or Marco Rubio or any other Republican politician that I loathe, if you can get them on board with a piece of legislation that's going to improve Americans' lives, so be it. What am I going to not accept their vote? What am I going to not work with people that I don't like? I'd rather have nothing than a compromise bill. This is why, again, it's like 70 to 80% of voters polled believe that the parties should work together. And it's true that, like, both parties obstruct sometimes. Sometimes the Democrats will obstruct when they're in a position to do so. Republicans, I would say, are way more obstructionists, especially in the 21st century. But if there's an opportunity to iron out a bill that you can get across the finish line to break a filibuster if need be, then I'm interested in that. So the gun reform bill, the infrastructure bill, the IRA, the CHIPS and Science Act, you know, I'm glad that all these bills got over the finish line. I don't care that, like, I have no moral opposition to Joe Biden working with 10 Republicans to get these bills over the finish line. It's not immoral to do that. It's necessary with the way that our government is structured.
The Republican Party rarely ever compromises. They're uncompromising. You only have to beat them.
But that's not true, though, right? Like I agree with that on Trump, but that's just not true. Like they did compromise, right?
Yes.
There are plenty of people on the Republican side that were furious at Republican senators for going along with some of these Biden bills, right? Like those are people that did compromise.
Yeah, there is a million examples, however, of Republicans that are obstructionists that I'm sure you also love presenting, that go back to their town halls and lie about all
that. But you're not refuting John's point. You're not refuting John's point. You just said a moment ago, well, even if you want to even if you want to compromise with Republicans, they are obstructionists and they're not going to compromise with you. That's not true. That's not true. It's a case-by-case situation. Clearly, Biden was able to, on several occasions, peel away enough Republican senators to actually get these bills over the finish line. It worked. The bipartisan compromise worked. And for him to say, well, there's also a million, obstructionist Republicans that go back to their town halls that brag about investments in their community that was afforded by these bills that Democrats got over the finish line that they themselves voted against, that doesn't take away from Lovett's point. Lovett's point is still like, no, you can compromise with enough Republicans from time to time to actually get these bills over the finish line.
all the money that they brought back home
Absolutely.
from the bills that they voted against. So ultimately, we now know that political polarization is set in a way that never really existed in American history until the last couple of decades, right? I think that parties originally were more geopolitically focused on their immediate needs, like statewide needs. So you saw this dramatic shift, and now the Republicans...
He's not addressing any of Lovett's point. Lovett's point was that he was glad that these bills got over the finish line. It's compromise is necessary, and Biden was able to compromise to get these bills over the finish line, and it's good that they got over the finish line, and it's better than nothing. It's better than gridlock. And Hasan is not addressing any of these points substantively. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, he's not. He's just leapfrogging over the points that Lovett is making. It's kind of infuriating.
Republican Party, especially with Mitch McConnell, under the Obama administration, showcased that, like, permanent obstructionism is not punishable, and that gridlock is always considered the administrative party's problem. If there's any sort of gridlock, it's the fault of the leadership, and Americans hate gridlock.
Yeah,
that's kind of the reason why I was talking about Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, because that was a massive moment where, like, they actually ended up protecting the Republican Party because they were never going to vote for these bills anyway, and now the entire conversation was about, like, madness.
But they did vote for these bills. I'm losing my mind. They did. It's just that the bills got pared down and the bills changed. So Biden's opening position was, okay, here's the legislation that I want to see. This is what this bill looks like if I were to get it done. And then people like Manchin and Sinema on several occasions said, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. And I don't like that. And if you want me to sign onto this bill, you're going to need to change these things. And they had all the leverage in the world to do that. And then eventually they got on board. Like, Build Back Better was considered dead. And then they split it off into two separate bills, I believe. Was it CHIPS and IRA? Or maybe was it infrastructure and CHIPS? I'm not sure what it was, but I think it was infrastructure and IRA. But what Hasan said is just not true. They did sign on to these bills. It's just they're not the bills that Biden wanted initially.
They actually ended up protecting the Republican Party because they were never going to vote for these bills anyway, and now the entire conversation was about, like, madness within the Democratic Party's caucuses, like, oh, they can't get their ducks in a row, right? Like,
yeah.
That was genuinely frustrating to me, because it's like, if you had whipped your votes immediately, then you could showcase that the Republican Party is standing in the way of progress.
And again, he's just ignoring. I'm sorry, I'm getting triggered. Lovett addressed this point. He addressed it. He said, look, I don't know what a more successful legislative track record for Biden looks like. I don't know what that looks like. He was still able to get so much legislation done, and Manchin publicly signaled that he was going to walk away if Biden pushed him too hard. And he's still now, 7 minutes later or whatever, saying, oh, why didn't he just whip the votes? He's not addressing the substance. I just get so frustrated, man. This stuff makes me so angry. It makes me so angry. Like, the lesson of all this is, like, governing is fucking hard. It's not an easy thing to do to govern. It's not an easy thing to get a big tent party like the Democrats on board with big pieces of federal legislation, it's especially difficult to get these legislation over the finish line when you have a 50-50 Senate. And it's a testament to Biden that he was able to navigate that tiny margin for error successfully over and over and over and over again. That's the lesson. Governing is hard. We need to make sure that we're hiring competent people that can work within a difficult system to get major pieces of legislation over the finish line. That should be the lesson. But the lesson that Hasan internalizes and then passes on to his audience is that the Democrats are ineffective at whipping their own party when he sets this impossible standard that the Democrats couldn't possibly have met. And he justifies this by saying that Biden had tools in his arsenal that he didn't use, like threatening criminal prosecution against senators who don't sign on to his preferred legislation, which is just crazy town. That is crazy town. I don't know how that sounds convincing to people. I don't know how lefties in Hasan's audience hear him say, yeah, we should threaten Joe Manchin's daughter with an IRS audit. I don't understand hearing that and then thinking, oh, yeah, why didn't I think of that? You can't see any drawbacks to doing that? You can't see that going south? You can't imagine that going south? Really? You can't see the potential pitfalls of something like that? And again, there's just something that you have to reconcile that you can't, because you cannot stop Joe Manchin from switching parties and taking away the majority, which he would have done. And there's no good answer for that. They have no good answer to that. They have no good answer to that. None. And so they find a way to avoid it or sidestep it. Ogre Boy was in the chat a moment ago saying like, well, at least it would have looked like the Democrats were fighting. It's like, okay, that's cool. In the meantime, we don't get any judges and we don't get any legislation done. And in your mind, that is preferable to what happened. That is insane. I don't understand looking at the world that way.
But that's just that is legislative minutia. What is more important to talk about is broad, sweeping legislative changes or a agenda that might even come across as bold and radical in the interest of the American working class. Joe Biden said he wanted to do the public option. Everybody knew that wasn't real. He never talked about it after. He used the public option. He slotted that in the primaries.
Joe Biden couldn't whip the votes for a $15 an hour minimum wage. And you think that he could have got a public option done with this Congress? If you want, Hasan talks about big sweeping legislation. And this is something that, I want to see big sweeping legislation. I want to see a bill pass the Congress that gives every American citizen full healthcare benefits. I want to be like the UK, where if I break my arm and I get picked up in an ambulance and I get taken to the emergency room and they put a cast on me, I'm not going to get a bill for $20,000 in 2 weeks. I want a bill that does that. But I don't delude myself into thinking that you can get a bill like that with a 12-seat majority in the House and a 50-50 Senate. Why would you expect big sweeping legislation with a 50-50 Senate? Don't you think that part of the reason that you feel so catastrophically disappointed with the Democrats for what they actually did get done in Biden's first 2 years? Don't you think that the reason why you were so catastrophically disappointed was because your expectations were completely out of line with reality? Why would you expect a public option with a 50-50 Senate? How does that make sense? And it's like, I had this conversation with Kyle Kulinski and I said, it's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you're a Democrat running for office, making campaign promises. So what you could do is say, hey guys, listen, if I had this big majority in Congress, I would pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. I would codify protections for trans people. I would make sure that everybody had access to health care. I would do big, bold things. But let's be honest, guys, I don't even know if I'm going to take the House. So, I don't know how much I can promise you guys. If a politician does that, then people are going to say, well, oh, that's so uninspiring. That doesn't really get me excited to vote. But if a politician goes up there and just and says what their positions are in the form of promises. So if you hire me to be your president, if you vote for me to be your president, I promise I will codify abortion rights. I promise I will codify Voting Rights Act. Even if you know that you're not going to be given big enough majorities to actually do these things realistically. Well, if you do that, then they just call you a liar. They just call you a liar when you inevitably can't follow through on those promises. The whole thing is just so frustrating to me.
When the party was primed to the Bernie left and everyone was like, trying to communicate their own populist version of what Bernie was doing. And Joe Biden won the primaries and effectively tabled the discussion about healthcare. This is still a major problem, regardless. Like,
Joe Biden did talk about a public option, but he also ran on expanding the ACA, which he did, cap the price of Medicare, amongst other things. He did big shit, followed through on that promise of expanding the ACA. And now in the country, we have 95% of Americans are covered with health insurance. Pre-ACA, it was like a full quarter of the country was either priced out of healthcare or they didn't qualify for healthcare because they could be denied coverage if they had a pre-existing condition. That's a lot of people. Since the ACA got passed, we have expanded healthcare coverage access to 50 million Americans. So don't tell me that Biden didn't do anything on healthcare. That's just wrong. He didn't get a public option done, but he didn't have the votes to get a public option done. Do you seriously think that Joe Manchin was going to vote for a public option? Is it a really big mystery why he didn't propose a public option? Is that really a big mystery? Do you seriously think that it's just a matter of not using the bully pulpit, that he could have magically whipped Joe Manchin into agreeing to a public option?
Yes. Negotiating pharmaceutical prices and ensuring that insulin prices are capped at $35, which is now going to be looking like a Trump victory.
Again, according to Hasan, that's pennies to a homeless person, right?
When he's in office. It doesn't matter. It's still good for the American people. So that's great. But that is good, but that's not enough.
Yeah.
And I think that when you don't do that, when you have this very technocratic, third-way neoliberal approach, but you sprinkle in a little bit of anti-corporate, anti-billionaire populism that Joe Biden certainly did, it's not, you're a rudderless ship. You're not communicating effectively what you are about. And when you don't have a North Star that every single person can point to and say, this is what the party is about.
Neoliberalism is about removing deregulation. Neoliberalism is about, free trade economics with as little regulations as you possibly can. Was Joe Biden neoliberal? He did not govern like a neoliberal. In practice, he was not a neoliberal.
Your enemies can portray you as whatever they want, and that's why the anti-trans ads are even remotely effective, because you can make the Democratic Party look clownish and inconsistent and even silly and hyper focused on whatever key issues there are, because one, they rarely ever focus on universality in programs. Everything has to be means tested, which I think is
it's because mean tested proposals are way more popular than universal programs. They just are. I mean, you can argue that universal programs are more efficient or more efficient. There's less bureaucracy. There's less administrative costs. It's much, much simpler. But if you asked, student loan forgiveness, for example, I don't know if that ever got above 50% approval. The stimulus, for example, did it make sense to, so I think the threshold for Biden stimulus programs was $125,000. And so the social spending that was laid out in the ARP, for example, I think was means tested to $125,000. Do you think most Americans would favor sending millionaires $1,200 stimulus checks or $1,400 stimulus checks? Even if you're right, even if the universal programs are just more efficient, they just get the job done better. When you ask Americans hey, during a recession or during an economic downturn or during a pandemic, do you want us to send $1,400 checks to Bill Gates? A majority of voters are going to be like, no. No, I don't want my tax. I don't want that. The reason why they do means tested stuff is because it polls better.
Both on the policy front And on the politics front, garbage. Focus on universal programs, because that way you can cut across every single group, and you can disproportionately target marginalized populations, black populations, brown populations, and trans people. These people do not exist in a vacuum. They're not magical, mystical beings that are not experiencing the shocks of the market, or they still have to pay rent. They still need workplace protections. They still need they still need the cost of medicine to go down, right? So universal programs capture the attention of all Americans, including this majority white, angry
It doesn't matter. They're just not as popular as means-tested stuff.
Population that is finding themselves in the throes of the Republican reactionary movement. And so they need to do that. And if they don't do that, then the subtle populism of the right is always going to be the only game in town, and they're going to be able to present themselves as anti-establishment while they have billionaires parading around all the campaign stops, like Elon Musk trying to do that X logo every time he jumps, like a child.
God,
I hate Elon Musk.
That is the trick, though, man. They're like, it does speak to just how far, one place where
a lot of people got mad at PodSave for asking Hasan to come on. I actually think that this is fine. I actually think that more conversations like this need to happen, even with someone as controversial like Hasan is. Like it or not, Hasan is insanely relevant. And this kind of cross-pollination is probably good, and we should probably see more of this. It doesn't matter if I don't think deplatforming trying to deplatform someone like Hasan is just probably not going to work, first of all. And second of all, I actually think Lovett did a really decent job pushing back against Hasan's points. It's just Hasan would just do the thing where he would just leapfrog over Lovett's points without substantively addressing them. He's done it like 3 or 4 times in this conversation. But I do think that conversations like this probably need to happen.
So if you listen to the Harris campaign's advisors talking to Dan Pfeiffer, I know you did, and you had your problems with it. But one place where they agreed is that, hey, everyone's saying, this trans ad. It actually might not have been their most effective ad.
Not.
And they were trying to, and what Quentin Folk said was that, they were actually really trying to target it to get at black men. And it looks like maybe that didn't work, right? That's without that sort of, we'll see, we're going to get more data. But the point that the ad makes is just that, Democrats are weird. Democrats are strange, right? And they use trans people as a cudgel to do that. But to the larger point, you have billionaires, just literally the wealthiest man in the world.
The top seven donors this election cycle all donated to the Republican Party, and they were donating $100 million, $200 million. It was crazy.
How do you think about the fact that in right-wing media right now, and right-wing adjacent media, they are managing to be both the party of the wealthiest sort of oligarchs in the world and the kind of traditional moral set trying to impose a specific way of living on people, and anti-establishment kind of rebellious politics?
It's Nazi Germany, straight up. It's just pure fascism. That's all this is. It worked. It worked 100 years ago, and it's seemingly working right now. And it's not just the United States of America. It's all across Western Europe. The only country that bucked the trend of the incumbency disadvantage seemingly was Mexico. Mm-hmm. One must ask the question why an old doddering man who was still, relatively telegenic, even though he believed in wood elves, duendes, was able to get a tremendous amount of popularity and then become the transition candidate that actually passed the torch to a younger woman, Claudia Sheinbaum. I'm, of course, talking about Mexico. I'm talking about AMLO is the old man. Claudia Sheinbaum was his spiritual and ideological successor in the Morena Party. Why did that happen? Why was AMLO so popular? And why is Claudia Sheinbaum also incredibly popular? Why did Claudia Sheinbaum win the election with even larger margins of victory than AMLO did? It's because they expanded the welfare state, they increased minimum wage, and they made a whole bunch of decisions that genuinely improved the material conditions of a lot of people in Mexico, and that's something that people will never forget. We talked about the black vote.
When was that election in Mexico? So the name of the party, I think, is Morena, the Morena Party. Last Mexican election. The 2024 general election. Morena Party, 61%. The PAN Fuerza y Corazón por México got 28.11%. So the Morena Party did pick up 5 seats this election cycle. When was there? How often do they do general elections? Is it or elections in Mexico? I can't speak to the nuance and the complexity of Mexico's political system, but this idea that the Democrats would have performed just as well as Sheinbaum in Mexico if they would have run on the same policy, the same like far left policies, just copy pasting what happened over there. If that were true, then why did several progressive members of Congress underperform Kamala Harris in the general election?
For a second, as far as voter patterns goes, older black populations, like older black voters as a voting bloc, is a more reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party than younger black voters are. One must ask the question, why? That is because people remember the last time the Democratic Party did something for black people, did something bold, expended social and political capital for black people. And that is something that people do not forget. If you give people things, they will not forget that. That's why there was a lot of dummies who thought, oh, Trump's back, we're going to get some stimmy checks. It's not going to happen.
My understanding is that the Biden administration, first of all, they gave several $1 billion to HBCUs, but they also directly invested in black communities. I think they had social spending programs that targeted black business owners. They did do targeted programs for black voters.
But they still remember that because they think, oh yeah, Trump gave us stimmy checks. Mm-hmm. I mean,
well, Joe Biden expanded. I mean, like I know. And by the way, like I'm not pushing back on any of this because I don't like agree with the sentiment. I am trying in the weeks after this election to just question these sort of statements, because then it's like, well, Joe Biden expanded the child tax credit, made a huge difference for millions of children.
No, absolutely.
Why didn't he make it permanent? He's going to say
the expansion of the child tax credit was fantastic. But
again, according to Hasan's own words, but it was basically 2 pennies to a homeless person, right?
But it didn't continue. It was so successful, and it didn't continue.
It didn't continue because because every single Republican opposed it, and they didn't have the votes to make it permanent.
Like,
they were able to pass the ARP through budget reconciliation. So that's one way that you can sidestep the filibuster. I think you can do it 3 times a year, and there are certain rules in place for how you can use budget reconciliation. And I think it can't have any impact on the budget that goes beyond, I want to say 8 or 10 years, something like that. But you're restricted in what you can do with reconciliation. And the best that they were able to negotiate with people like Joe Manchin was to do the child tax credit for a year. And then when Democrats overwhelmingly wanted to make it permanent, you would need a filibuster-proof majority to do that, or you would need to get rid of the filibuster. And the Democrats had the votes for neither of these things.
Do you think American people know why that happened?
I don't.
Who's at fault if American people don't know why that happened?
I think some of it is Democrats, some of it is the mainstream media, some of it is the right-wing media, and some of it, by the way, is the left. It is the media of the left, right?
Yes.
Like the first couple of years, there's been so many moments where.
Yes, when Hasan was talking about this issue, when the child tax credit ended and Democrats in Congress wanted to make it permanent, but were blocked by every single Republican in the Congress. How did Hasan phrase it to his audience? I genuinely don't know. Did he tell them, well, the Republicans blocked this? Or did he tell them that the Democrats are feckless, spineless cowards who didn't whip the votes? How did he frame it? I'd be willing to bet really good money that it was the latter. And so people don't understand, like people in the lefty space, their audiences don't understand, well, the Republicans blocked that. Democrats wanted to make it permanent, and Republicans blocked it.
My great frustration, I think, in the way politics is talked about, is often people do not want to to do the work of figuring out who's actually responsible, right? Like Republicans will shut down the government, and mainstream sources will say Washington gridlock continues, right? Or Joe Biden will be stymied in some way, or Barack Obama will be stymied. Why didn't Barack Obama do this? Why didn't Barack Obama do that when he had a majority, right? Mm-hmm. He said, well, because it's actually, you know what? In the Senate, having 49 votes to get rid of the filibuster and having 50 votes to get rid of the filibuster is a difference between doing a ton of shit and not being able to do anything.
Yes.
That's not the fault of 49 people. That's the result of one person. Yeah.
Can I bring in something really quick? This conversation that you and I are having, have you ever heard a Republican have this conversation?
Well, what do you mean? Like Republicans don't talk this way?
Have you ever heard a Republican go, sorry, we couldn't get this done because we simply did not have the votes?
Yes. 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 It was the very first thing. The very first thing that the Trump administration tried to do was repeal the ACA. That effort failed in the end in really dramatic fashion when John McCain gave his infamous thumbs down. Donald Trump wasn't able to secure funding for his border wall with a 35-seat majority that the Republicans had in the House, or a 40-seat majority. I think a 4-seat majority in the Senate. He wasn't able to get funding for the... Yes, these conversations happen. Republicans are... This is a fiction that leftists construct to make the point that Democrats are so inefficient when the Republicans are so well-oiled. They spin this fiction that Republicans get everything that they want when they're in power, and they don't. Matter of fact, you guys, we're all about to find out, okay? The Republicans in the House, it's looking like their majority is going to be the smallest majority since the turn of the 20th century. And that is a rowdy caucus of Republicans in the House. They have a 3-seat majority in the Senate, and they have the presidency. We are all about to find out how difficult it is to govern with not only majorities that slim, but with a caucus this fractured and rowdy. You had the Republicans oust their own House Speaker for the first time in American history. And so Donald Trump has been talking all this about what he's going to do if he's president, making all these promises. Let's circle back around to this conversation in 6 months. And let's see how the Republicans are doing. They might get another tax cut thing done. That seems like a slam dunk for them, which is what he was able to get through in his first presidency, Donald Trump. And that was the only major piece of legislation that he was able to get done. But what Hasan is asking here is like, do you ever hear Republicans having a conversation about why they can't get everything? Yes, it happened very publicly in the first 2 months of Donald Trump's presidency the first time around.
Is that ever like a real significant front-facing public conversation that the Republicans have?
I mean, I feel like you want the answer to be no, but like I do think the answer is yes.
I can't recall a time. Maybe no. I'm asking you.
No, I think there've been. I think on their side, like I think they have over the last decade slowly but surely gotten rid of the people who are pointing out the actual things that stand in their way, right? Like they went after Kevin McCarthy. Better. They went out.
They did not whip their votes better. They did not. I'm so triggered right now. I am so triggered right now. Hasan just said that Donald Trump whipped his votes better than Joe Biden. Really? Really? Do you want to compare the legislative track record of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump? Can I get some examples? Can you substantiate that claim at all? You just said that Donald Trump was better at whipping the votes than Joe Biden. List the legislation then. Let's rattle off Joe Biden's legislative track record, which is voluminous, and let's rattle off Donald Trump's legislative track record. Who do you think did better? Really?
Well, yeah, and sometimes that works. Sometimes that leaves them like pretty well stuck. I mean, like Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He wanted to repeal the Affordable Care Act. He didn't have the votes, right? There was a big conversation about why he didn't.
Border
have
wall and the border
the
wall.
votes. That like there have been the Republican base like furious with spending bills that were passed. Right?
What did Donald Trump do after when John McCain struck down the Affordable Care Act?
Okay, he publicly on John McCain. He went to war with John McCain, and then he turned Arizona blue in 2020, in large part because he went to war with John McCain. That is not evidence that Donald Trump is like really good at whipping votes.
Well, what did he do?
He took out the individual mandate regardless. He did.
Well,
This is unbelievably dishonest framing. There's a massive difference between simply removing the individual mandate and repealing the entire ACA. There's an enormous difference between the bill that the Republicans wanted to pass through the Congress in 2017, which would have ended the ACA. It would have put low-income, high-risk people in risk pools, which would have driven their premiums up 100, 200, 300%. I don't even know if did they have protections for pre-existing conditions in the Republican healthcare bill? There's a massive difference between ending the ACA and specifically getting rid of the individual mandate. So Hasan, in service of his narrative that the Republicans always get what they want, which is just not true, the way that he's trying to substantiate this claim is by saying, well, they lost on the ACA repeal, but he got rid of the individual mandate anyways, as if these two things are the same. And they're not. They're not even in the same universe.
he did what the same thing a Democratic president would do as much as you can legislatively, and when it fails, use your executive power, which is what Biden has done on student loans and a bunch of other issues.
Yeah, so my point is, he still got the most significant aspect of his, agenda across, and in the...
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I don't understand how you can say that. He wanted to end the ACA. He did not end the ACA. He wanted to repeal the ACA and replace it with a way shittier Republican plan, which would have drove prices up for low-income earners. It would have made healthcare more costly for our most vulnerable citizens. Saying that he got rid of the individual mandate, is that what do you mean? He still won in the end. No, he didn't.
Process, he utilized the bully pulpit to laser John McCain nonstop and effectively bully John McCain in a way that I've never seen a Democratic president turn around and communicate about Joe Biden. I'll hear it about the left.
Okay, what results did that yield? Yes, he went to war with John McCain. Okay, what did he get for that? What did he get? What did he get for that? Arizona flipped red this time around in 2024, but they lost it. They lost Arizona for the first time in, I don't even know how long. They flipped Arizona blue because of his fight with John McCain. What did he get from that fight?
Left about how they're naysayers, how they're spoilers. I never hear it about conservative Democrats. And I think it's the coalition.
We talk about that.
It's the coalition that you want to have, is my point. And I think Democrats, win or lose, want to win by their own established policies and the way that they want to win. And they're willing to lose if necessary, as long as they still maintain the overarching attitude that they have.
I just think that.
What? Hold on.
Talk about that.
It's the coalition that you want to have, is my point. And I think Democrats, win or lose, want to win by their own established policies and the way that they want to win. And they're willing to lose if necessary, as long as they still maintain the overarching attitude that they have.
I just think that is...
Or maybe they're just bad.
They're willing to lose? What is he talking about? So for example, I don't know if he's making this point, but Democrats were willing to lose majorities if it meant passing the ACA. That was a really good example of using political capital when you have the opportunity to do it, and then willingly sacrificing to get a bill like that over the finish line. Because there were plenty of House Democrats and Senate Democrats that were well aware of the fact that they were going to lose their next election if it meant getting the ACA over the finish line. That's a good thing, though. That's a good thing. You should be willing to lose if it means getting a bill like the ACA passed.
Bad and wrong.
Well, I just think that I think people need to be persuaded. Like David Plouffe talking to Pfeiffer yesterday. He's like, look, you go to a swing state. You got a certain percentage of liberals and progressives. You got a certain percentage of conservatives, and you got this vast swath of moderates. You need them. Now, I think where you're right is like there is something about a Democratic establishment figures that feel more comfortable with a Liz Cheney sitting at the table than with a leftist sitting at the table.
It's gross.
And that the disagreements with Liz Cheney are more kind of are acceptable, and the disagreements to the left are less acceptable.
But one must ask the question, why is that acceptable? Liz Cheney is anti-LGBT. Liz Cheney is anti-abortion. Liz Cheney is anti-Democratic Party. Liz Cheney is the daughter of a rabid, warmongering, terrorist sociopath, Dick Cheney. And yet there are Democrats who are more comfortable with her than people who also would totally be on board with the Democratic Party. But I don't know.
What do you mean totally on board? The difference between Liz Cheney and a lot of leftists in this country is that Liz Cheney just full-throatedly endorsed Kamala Harris and said, I'm going to vote for her. And I think you should vote for her too. And that is something that not for all leftists, but for many leftists in this country, they weren't willing to do that. They say it was because of Israel, Gaza. Fine. I'm sure many of them believe that, but I believe that if it wasn't Gaza, it would have been something else. Oh, he should have done he should have done a public option. He should have done Medicare for all. He should have done student loan debt. He should have just ignored the Supreme Court. He should have just whipped the votes. They would have found, like, a lot of these people were going to find any reason to not support her and endorse her.
Have maybe sometimes identical opinions of Liz Cheney on even LGBT issues. Like Joe Rogan is a great example of this.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party has consistently utilized and weaponized in the most cynical ways possible identity politics. And I say this as someone who is infinitely more progressive than the average Democrat on these issues. Mm-hmm. They just use it. They use it against Bernie. They use it against every single person. And now they're dropping it themselves. That makes every Democrat look like a silly fool. That makes it does in the eyes of Americans. They go
drop. What is he saying that they dropped? Joe Biden signed the. Okay, all right. Joe Biden codified gay marriage. Codified it. They passed this bill. I can't remember what the bill's called. What's the bill called? A lot of people don't know this. Joe Biden signed a bill enshrining into law the protection for gay people to get married across the country. He signed a bill.
So you called us racist, you called us transphobic, you called us crazy, and now you're saying, okay, my bad, we got to drop this woke shit. Like, of course people are going to go, all right, I guess like I'm primed into now believing the Republicans. Like, you're pushing your base towards being more open-minded to right-wing policies. That's the only thing you're doing. And that's how, that's the only thing you're doing when you don't actually claw back a lot of the things that the former Republican administration engages in. Like, Democrats are very good at, trying to fix the deficit. They're the only real deficit hawks, right? Republicans certainly don't care. They only use it as a weapon to wield to communicate against the Democratic agenda. But outside of that, like on foreign policy, Joe Biden said he was going to be an effective foreign policy leader. He did NATO. He kept talking about, NATO Jack, AUKUS, as though that was going to be.
He loved talking about it. Yeah. Like, I've never been more like nervous in politics, like other than the day before an election, than when Joe Biden was still in the race and he did that press conference. And he was like, he talked about AUKUS. It's like, no one knows what the AUKUS is.
Yeah. Okay. That's a deep cut.
That is a deep cut.
But like, Joe Biden was like, I'm the, adult in the room, Jack. I'm going to bring back America into the global stage. The way that the American public sees that is like, there's a war in Ukraine, right? And that's not even Joe Biden's fault. Like, I understand that. That's Vladimir Putin decided, I'm going to do the insane thing. I'm going to invade Ukraine. That's psychotic, right? But the way that people see it, they're like, why are we giving money to Ukraine when we're not fixing the potholes? Why are we giving money to Ukraine when the ISPs suck here? What the hell's going on? Why are we giving money to Ukraine where we don't have health care? We have homeless people everywhere.
I could be wrong, but I think even according to the most recent polling, a majority of Americans still support sending aid to Ukraine.
And then on top of that, they see that instability as like something that is Joe Biden's fault. Fair or unfair, doesn't matter. They attribute it to Joe Biden. Same thing with Israel, Palestine. They look to what is going on and they're like, this is insane. Like, why Biden will come out and say, or used to come out and say, we're going to do a two-state solution. Benjamin Netanyahu the next day would be like, the two-state. What do you mean? How about no state? Literally the next day. And And Biden kept trying to do this thing where he was like finger wagging, where he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna give him a heart to heart,
Right.
real man to man." For a lot of Americans, they saw that as like, you're weak, you're old, you're weak,
Yeah.
you're feeble, and you're getting dog walked by an American ally in a very public and very embarrassing way. And there's a metric ton of violence that's happening on top of that. Like, he ironically destroyed the goodwill that a lot of people had coming into his administration with the with the last, I guess, like post Afghanistan withdrawal, everything was bad.
Again, I feel like this is another instance of having unrealistic expectations. Netanyahu has demonstrated over the past 2+ decades, close to 3 decades, that he is not someone that you can just manipulate into doing whatever you want to do, especially when it comes to Democrats. He's just way friendlier, way more aligned with Republicans. He was incredibly defiant during the Obama administration. He was not someone that you could just, Obama tried to pressure him. One of the first things that Obama tried to do early in his presidency, in his first term, was pressure the Israeli government to stop the West Bank settlements. And Netanyahu very publicly bucked Obama and said, and basically lectured Obama about Israeli history and about the reason why we can't empower the terrorists and blah, blah, blah. Like, this is just the way that Netanyahu is. And a lot of people in leftist spaces and on the right seem to think that Netanyahu is just this guy who you can just get, much like Hasan's view of how Biden should have handled Manchin, or could have handled Manchin. Hasan seems to have this point of view that people like Manchin and people like Netanyahu are just, they can be made to do whatever you want if only you found the correct, aggressive, intelligent, cunning way of doing it. And in some cases, the answer is just no.
After that, with respect to Joe Biden's foreign policy,
It also just like it's also tied to.
I still defend the Afghan withdrawal, by the way, and I think the Democrats also dropped the ball on that too, because they should have stood 10 toes down and said that was the right thing to do. We exhibited political courage, and for the record, Republicans tried to do a 13.
That is precisely what Biden did. He just couldn't overcome the visceral reaction that people had with the images and videos that were coming out of that airport, seeing people cling to an airplane as it's taking off and then fall hundreds of feet to their deaths, as though they would have rather that outcome than to stay under a Taliban government in Afghanistan. Was just, that imagery was a really powerful propaganda tool for the Republicans to wield. And it's just, and Biden did come out and said, like, look, I'm not happy that this happened with these people dying. That's a tragic thing. We had 12 service members that died at the airport because of an ISIS terror attack or an Al-Qaeda terror attack. I can't remember. But we did the right thing. And all things considered, what we were able to accomplish in that last week is remarkable. They marshaled the full weight of the federal government to coordinate to get like 150,000 Americans out of Afghanistan in the span of like 4 days. And he did get up there and stand on business and say, I think this was the right thing to do. I'm proud of my team for getting that many Americans out in such a short time. And it just didn't matter. Americans saw those images again of people falling from those planes, and they had a really visceral negative reaction to that. And that is something that's just politically, there's a reason why Biden probably, that was one of the first things that he did. One of the first major things that he did was pull out of Afghanistan, because he probably knew that there was going to be some kind of political price to pay for that. He was going to have to spend some political capital to rip the Band-Aid off and finally just get us out of Afghanistan. I agree with Hasan that Biden did the right thing. I don't think Hasan remembers exactly how Biden reacted to that event, because Biden did stand on business and say, we did the right thing, et cetera, et cetera.
The 13 of our best soldiers died in Afghanistan thing over and over again, the cynical thing that they tried to do.
Republicans are shameless. Democrats are less so.
No, they should be shameless.
I'm describing what the issue is. Yeah, I mean, part of this though too, huge policy problem in how the Biden administration has responded to the war in Gaza. But on that issue, on a bunch of foreign policy issues, a bunch of domestic issues. Some of the problem has been Joe Biden gave a State of the Union, which was good. And everyone's like, okay, that's what happened, right?
Okay.
But other than that, he has been such an ineffective communicator and it has gotten so much worse over the last year.
Yeah, because he's old as
I know, but like we're in this moment where we're like kind of trying to like, what went wrong? What about this? What about that? People are so mad. Like the people are like they're like the answers that Kamala's advisors gave were unsatisfying. Yeah, they are unsatisfying. But so much of this is just like there was a giant anti-incumbent fervor around the world.
Yes.
Joe Biden was completely unable to articulate a defense of his policies, right?
Yes.
Like the fact that there is inflation and people are mad about inflation is not a reason alone. Like that does like
one of the most insane things that Biden did throughout his presidency, messaging wise, it might have been the most insane thing that he ever did, was to brand this inflationary period of this country economically as Bidenomics. That was, I said it at the time. I was like, this is stupid. Like, it's true that the United States is weathering the storm better than basically every developed country on earth. There's no G7 country, for example, that would, when Biden says this, it's true. There's no G7 country in the world that wouldn't rather switch places with America in terms of the economy, GDP growth, inflation, median wages, low unemployment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Every other country is struggling more. But he called that Bidenomics. And what Bidenomics meant to the median voter was like, bro, I'm spending 30% more on my groceries. Like, what happened? And a lot of people don't understand what inflation is. And they expect those prices to come down. That's not going to happen unless we go into a recession. And they tried to flip the script on inflation and turn it into this positive thing. Well, like, look at Bidenomics in action. And he was basically begging Republicans to go to gas stations and put those I did it stickers on the gas prices with Biden like pointing to the gas prices. He paved that road for them to walk down and just exploit that error. What he should have done from the beginning was like really publicly, consistently identify people's anxieties and be like, look, I understand that people are struggling. This is what my administration is doing right now. This is what is outside of our ability to influence. Like, we can only do so much when it comes to gas prices. We can try to negotiate stuff with OPEC, but ultimately they're the ones that make these decisions. You know, Biden did a good thing with emptying our strategic reserves and flooding the market with oil and driving the price down substantially. That was like a really good thing that he did. But how many people know that he did that? You know, and they didn't do that. Instead, they were just like, hey, Bidenomics in action. Really good. This is great stuff. It was just so stupid of them. It was so stupid of them to do that. Did Hutch want to stick with Biden after the debate? I gave Biden about a week and a half. I was like, look, I don't think we have any good answers. I don't know about a contested convention. I don't know about a mini primary. I don't know about Kamala. Like, all of these make me nervous. So I want to give him like a little bit of time to see if he can recover. That's what I did. After a week and a half, I was fully on board with pushing him out and replacing him as the nominee. This sounds a bit revisionist from what I remember at the time. I remember you glazing him at the time, Hutch. No. For the Bidenomics thing? No. When Biden was out there touting Bidenomics, I definitely remember telling you guys, like, I don't think this is the play. I think this is stupid.
That explains that can explain why we lost if you accept that we had no agency in competing against that argument. But like, Joe Biden certainly had just could not communicate effectively.
I think you'll see what happens when someone effectively bullies corporations, regardless of being a right-wing Republican, in the upcoming Trump administration. Things are going to get significantly worse for every single person, including the people that voted for Donald Trump. One of the funniest aspects of the tariffs conversation that's happening right now is that Donald Trump is going to implement broad tariffs on 45% of all trade that comes in and out of the United States of America. Mexico, Canada, and China comprise 45% of all trade. He wants to tariff every single one. Tariffs are obviously an entry fee that, like, the the American corporations are going to be paying. None of the countries are going to be paying for these tariffs. It's a policy that's going to destroy drop shippers, which overwhelmingly vote for Donald Trump, and the Trump merchandise industry. So that's pretty funny. But having said that, it's going to be devastating for the economy. Now, what do I think Trump will do in the process? He'll obviously use tariffs to basically get corporations and industries and sector leaders on board with his agenda. So when he says jump, they say how high, or I'm going to slap you with tariffs and it's going to actually punish you. It's going to hurt your bottom line. And I think that's part of the reason why they're going to do that. The other reason is it's a regressive tax. It's a broad sales tax on all consumers that disproportionately affects the working poor, and Republicans love that. But he also, at times, I think, will just, institute the Defense Production Act or something. Like, we'll see it. We kind of saw it in COVID as well when it was a necessity. But that's the thing. Like, the American government is powerful. All governments are powerful, but the American government is especially powerful. It's the wealthiest nation on the planet. And the way that it runs is basically, it's like 50 companies in a trench coat. We are working at the behest of corporations. We feed them with our tax dollars that turn into subsidies for them. They utilize those subsidies to, I guess, lower production costs, but then they use that to increase their profit margins and engage in what used to be illegal pre-Ronald Reagan, stock buybacks and the like, market manipulation of all different sorts. And we're constantly deregulating the economy. And I think that it's not just about having like a populist message. It's about actually implementing said populist message and show who your real enemies are. Like, not be afraid to say, these people are your life up. And if you are truly the pro-working class party, as the Democrats want to be, as they claim they were historically, right? And there were certainly times when they were, then you have to say, these corporations and the wealthy that have given us money, as well as the Republican Party, and always have been hedging their bets, are.
Biden did that during his presidency. He did that. He went after corporations for price gouging during the inflationary period. Kamala Harris, one of her policy platforms was to go after price gougers who were colluding with each other to, price fix when it came to rents and certain grocery items as well. To Jon Lovett's point, they just didn't effectively communicate this. They just weren't weren't aggressive enough, or they weren't savvy enough in the way that they were going after these things and targeting these corporations. But Biden did do a bit of populist messaging, like, look, a lot of this is greedflation, a lot of this is shrinkflation. He talked about how corporations were literally shrinking the size of the items that they were selling in stores. And so you have like a plastic bag full of cookies or whatever, and it used to be 16 ounces and now it's 12 ounces, but it's the same price. Like, they did target these things. It just wasn't getting through. Like, whatever they did in terms of messaging just didn't break through. And so, to Hasan's point, this is like one of the rare points in the interview where I'm just fully on board with what he's saying. I think they need to be. I think the answer is populist messaging, and I think that the Democrats do need to be more aggressive about defining themselves in opposition to corporate greed. I don't think they've done a good enough job with the way that they messaged these policies and these messages that they were doing during the Biden administration and during Kamala's campaign. Somebody said that she abandoned the price gouging. She didn't abandon the price gouging policy. She just stopped talking about it after like a few days.
Are the real reason why you're feeling this economic anxiety, the real reason why you feel hopeless, that you will never be able to own a home, that you'll never be able to retire. And the Republicans are always in defense of them. They will distract you with lies. They will say your fellow neighbors, your God-fearing Christian, Muslim, whatever, Jewish neighbors are your enemy, when in fact, we know what the problem is. So we're going to bring them to heel. This kind of messaging is terrifying, obviously, for many different reasons. and it will never happen within the Democratic Party. But in the absence of that,
I don't think that's true. Why?
we'll see. No, I think you'll just get focus grouped messaging and means testing about the opportunity economy, which Kamala Harris presented at a time when people were, when wage growth had never actually caught up to the cost of living
and cost of housing.
Yeah,
which by the way is like you need to be, but like.
Oh, you need to deflate housing. That's you
need to build vast amounts of housing.
Yeah.
The
federal jobs program. Get these installs to work.
Well, we got to get these installs to work.
No, get them to work. Give them whether they like it or not, they're going to get good, well-paying jobs with good benefits. They're going to get socialized medicine.
Got to put the installs to work.
They're going to work. None of this neat stuff anymore. They can't be online all the time. They're too online.
It's your business. Now you're coming after your own business.
It's fine. I'm happy for it. I would drop everything if we got universal health care and a federal jobs program and we're building public housing all around the country. That's fine.
There's a place where the left, the online left and the online right meets, and it kind of meets a little bit at people who think RFK has some good ideas. a little bit. What do you think? What do you like? What is the appeal there?
Cranks.
Just cranks?
Yeah, anti-establishment cranks. There's a lot of them. There's the Tulsi Gabbard constituency, which is like marginal. It's not all that significant. But yeah, I think that the online left is not as robust a media ecosystem as like people think it is in general. And besides that, they don't have any sort of like political motion regardless, right? I have disagreements with the closest Congress members that are ideologically as closely aligned with myself as possible, but I still have many disagreements with them. And outside of that, I think like these guys that like RFK Jr. because they think he's going to make America healthy again. They're just
the biggest right wing. Tell me if I'm wrong about this. I want to be wrong about this. Okay. The biggest right-wing political content creators all endorse Trump. Every single one of them, right? Were there any prominent, super popular, prolific right-wing content creators that didn't? But Nick Fuentes, I guess. Can we call him that? Fuentes was like one example, right? But I'd still call him like pretty fringe, right? Like every other, to my knowledge, every other major right-wing pundit were telling their audience, we think you should vote for Donald Trump. Now let's compare that with the major progressive voices, what they call the left. And when they mean the left, what they mean is like leftists. So they don't think liberals are the left, right? So according to Hasan's definition of the term the left, how many of them were telling their audience, we think you should vote, we definitely think you should vote for Kamala Harris? If they did, there was always some stipulation like, well, if you don't vote for her, I get it. Israel, Gaza, right? If you live in a swing state, it's probably a good idea for you to vote for Kamala. But, I understand if you don't want to vote for her. How many major leftist content creators just came out and said, like Vosh, maybe? I think Vosh probably said like harm reduction. You should definitely vote. But like who else? Sam Cedar, maybe? Did Emma Vigeland come out and say like, we definitely think you should vote for Kamala Harris? Did Kyle Kalinske come out and say, we definitely think you should vote for Kamala Harris? Did Crystal Ball? Did Brianna Joy Gray? Did Hasan? Did maybe the Vanguard too? The Vanguard seems like they're pretty pragmatic. No, I don't think Kyle endorsed Harris. I don't think he endorsed Harris. Did Jank come out and say, like Jank maybe did. But the point is like, you have this unanimity on the right. Hasan said, don't vote for Trump. That's bullshit. It's garbage. That's garbage. He knew for sure that Kamala Harris was going to be vastly better for America than Donald Trump. And he was afraid that if he came out and said, I think you should definitely vote for Kamala, he would have gotten from a lot of people in his audience that would have said, no, I'm not going to support genocide, blah, 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 blah. Crystal Ball definitely did not endorse Kamala. I don't know what you're talking about. She absolutely did not. And her reasoning was Gaza. You have like Adam Mockler, you have Luke Beasley, you have some of these like Gen Z influencers. You do have some like lib people, Brian Tyler Cohen, and it's not like there was nobody on the left that, but on the like in the leftist space, it was more rare to have a leftist content creator come out and say, like, I think you should definitely vote for Kamala. There were always these limp-dicked stipulations that they would add to it. And that's like a big, it's, you know, Lovett was talking about it earlier in the conversation that they had, and plenty of content creators have brought, Tyler Cohen brought it up when he came on our pod. He was like, he described the phenomenon in a way that I think is really accurate, which is that, you know, conservative MAGA media pundits, they cultivate all this social capital and clout and money by constantly shitting on Democrats. And meanwhile, you have people in leftist spaces who are also doing the exact same thing. They're growing their audience and building their brand by fomenting an anti-democratic party messaging platform. And we are like, the Democratic Party is just getting thrashed in the online space right now because there's this massive asymmetry at play, and alternative media has just become so much more relevant, especially this election cycle. It's never been this relevant before. Alternative media was so pivotal in this election, and the Democratic Party just constantly gets shit on from all angles. And if you're kind of like a center left or progressive liberal who endorses the Democratic Party or whatever, you're seen as like a bootlicking shill. And people will call into question your credibility because you're just unabashedly saying, like, no, I think you should vote not only for Kamala Harris, but Democrat up and down the ticket. The Republican Party is way too extreme. MAGA movement is seriously dangerous. I think it's the only sensible choice. You'll get called a shill from leftists and you'll get called a shill from Republicans. Meanwhile, the MAGA movement is in no small part defined by total loyalty to Donald Trump. Do you guys understand that asymmetry? That's kind of a big deal. And if the Democrats don't figure out a way to message in the alternative media space or be present in the alternative media space and change that narrative. I'm not saying that we should go for that same kind of loyalty that MAGA has for Donald Trump. I don't see that really ever happening in the Democratic Party. It's just a very different kind of dynamic, but it's a huge disadvantage that they have right now.
They just like the crank stuff.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I mean, you know, you talked to, like, when I'm really, like, 4 years, or I guess 8 years ago, Jesus. I remember, like, after Trump won the first time, what I was feeling at the time, which I'm still feeling now, is that, like, the two challenges, right, is that, like, at a moment where someone like Trump is ascendant, like, how do you keep this big left together, this big tent together from, yes, it includes the kind of pro-democracy, anti-Trump right, runs all the way to the far left and leftists. How do you keep that big group of people together? And I do think, like, you're right. Like, there is just, in part because there's just so much money behind it. Like, the online right is, I think it's bigger and
I don't want the like leftist space to be unwaveringly loyal to the Democratic Party, to be uncritically loyal to the Democratic Party. What I want from voters on the left is to be rational, not loyal, rational, to make a rational calculation about the potential outcomes of any given election, to evaluate what's going to happen if Donald Trump wins versus what's going to happen with if Kamala Harris wins. Which outcome is going to be better? And then act accordingly. It is irrational to vote for Jill Stein if you live in a swing state. There's nothing more irrational than, how is that a rational action? That's what I want. I don't want fealty. I don't want uncritical loyalty. I just want people to make a calculation. That's it.
more influential. But it also knows how to get on board, right? Like, it knows, like, it fights, it has disagreements, it pushes, but then it knows, like, for our ends, for our goals, we all need to get behind, whether it's Trump or in previous elections, it was getting behind like Romney-like figures, McCain-like, like they get behind those figures. And sometimes it feels like on the left, there's no moment at which we say, all right, we've had the fight,
we've had the debate. We disagree on a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, everybody, we're going to get together. We're going to make sure that we stop Donald Trump. We elect Joe Biden as much as we elect Kamala Harris. Like, that moment doesn't come. And like, I'm not saying that Democrats in power aren't in part responsible for that. I think part of what we need to do is figure out a politics that brings people in. But it does require, like, everyone is responsible.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think just as I was very critical of Bernie Sanders' campaign, despite, still loving Bernie, because he was nowhere near as aggressive as he could have been in the primaries, and it, definitely should have probably gone on more like independent media route in a similar vein to Donald Trump. I am still, because I blame the fault on Bernie's campaign strategies in the primaries, despite recognizing the structural hurdles of like a left-wing populist coming out of a Democratic Party primary where it's like the laser-focused audience that goes.
He seems to be making the point that like he's willing to have that moment of, okay, let's rally behind the candidate when it's Bernie Sanders in the primary, but not when it's Joe Biden or Kamala Harris in the general. And that doesn't mean anything. Who cares? That's a primary. That's a primary.
Goes out and votes at those things, or like the MSNBC watcher base that is like objectively terrified of someone like that because people are saying he's going to, start executing wealthy people. It's still his fault. And it's still the campaign's fault in this regard as well. And that's why I brought forward the point that like you can have 1.5 billion, right? You can have ground game. None of that matters if the message is not actually addressing the real issues that Americans are facing. And the reason why I think the Republicans can go out.
He keeps falling back on this argument, and some people in my chat are saying the same thing, that the Democrats didn't do anything to address people's material conditions. And it's just not true. It's just not true. And I feel like throughout this conversation, we've demonstrated that he's contradicted himself by touting many of the Biden policies that went well beyond what he was expecting in terms of how progressive they were. And then 10 minutes later, he turns around and calls it pennies for homeless people. It's just, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I don't buy this idea that Joe Biden didn't do it when he forgave student loan debt in total. Like completely erased all student loan debt for 4 to 5 million Americans. And people are in my chat trying to say with a straight face, capping the cost of insulin at $35. You guys in my chat, some of you some of you mother in my chat are telling me that that's not a material impact on people's lives. Do you seriously believe that? When Joe Biden bailed out the pension fund for 250,000 Teamsters, bailed out their pension, protected their retirement, and some of you dumb motherfuckers in my chat are like he didn't do anything? Really? Do you seriously believe that? I'm going to lose my mind, and I'm going to do horrible things to myself in Minecraft. Unspeakable, dark things in Minecraft. Things that would get me 5150'd in real life. I'm going to do that in Minecraft. Reading some of the you guys are saying in my chat, it's just unbelievable to me. Pick one. He was either way more progressive than you thought he was going to be in terms of his policy agenda, or he gave 2 pennies to a homeless person on the street and did basically nothing for the working man in this country. It's just like, you can't have both. You can only have one of those things.
And vote for the Republican Party and don't usually sit it out, I guess, and instead are able to say, suck it up and say, yeah, we're still going to vote for Donald Trump, is because there are single issue voters.
Cult of personality, demagoguery, propaganda,
out there, and Trump.
It's not because Donald Trump is like promising to address these people's material conditions in the way that you're, like a traditional populist. He does some of that, but he never gets into any details.
They know that Trump is going to protect it. People that like guns are going to be like, I like my guns. I want my guns to be protected. I want to be able to marry my gun. I want to be able to have sex with my gun. I know Donald Trump is going to be the guy that lets that happen. And I know the Democrats are going to, shun me for wanting to have sex with my gun. So that guy's going to go and vote for Trump regardless, right? On the other side, though, if your top line communication and your major policy prescriptions are like,
I'm just saying, some people in chat, bro, let's come back to this chat in a year, okay? I want to come back to this chat in a year when we see Donald Trump's cabinet in full swing, when we see Donald Trump's legislative agenda that he pursues with the Republican Congress, with the Republican-led Congress in the upcoming Congress starting in January. And I want to swing back in a year, and I want to ask some of you dumb motherfuckers that I hate. Thank you so much for being in the chat. I love you guys. I'm only saying that, but seriously, I hate you. Like, let's come back in a year and you tell me if you miss Joe Biden. Let's find out how you're doing in a year. Let's compare Donald Trump's policy agenda in his first year. Okay? So November 29th, 2025, let's all promise to come back here and donate 50 subs each. Let's all promise to come back here and throw a Twitch Prime sub my way. Let's all promise to come back here and give 10 subs. Let's all come back here and have the conversation in a year. And you tell me if you miss Joe Biden. I want to have that conversation with you in a year. And then you tell me that Joe Biden did nothing for the working man.
we have to preserve these institutions, we have to preserve civility, and we have to preserve democracy at a time when Americans are like, I don't give a about democracy, just lower the price of eggs. Then you're not, there's no way that I could outflank the Democratic Party and get people to vote for Kamala Harris that, you know, in a way that sticks, in a way that is going to be successful, no matter how much influence I wield.
It's not, yeah, I'm not even just talking about, yes, take your point.
Most people are just not voting. That's the problem.
But the challenge, right, is that like there are like these three, let's say you say there.
I don't think that's true. I think it was, what percentage of Americans didn't vote? I think it was close to maybe 40%. I'm being nitpicky.
Three kind of media ecosystems. There's the right-wing one, there's the kind of mainstream one, and there's the left one. The one on the right is built to attack Democrats. The one in the middle is built to.
Kamala is a neo-Republican? I don't even know what that means, bro. Are we just making up terms now? What the are we talking about? I'll tell you what, like one thing that I'm looking forward to during the Trump era is I will be spending probably 90% of my time focused on MAGA and Donald Trump, because he'll be in power, right? They're going to have power. And so, you know, what they do with this power is up to them. Are they going to serve the American people? Are they going to improve people's material conditions like they said they were? Are they going to achieve world peace? Are they going to drive the cost of groceries down without plunging us into a recession? Are they going to somehow manage to do tariffs but not have those costs passed down to Americans? And so I'm going to be on offense, right? So Biden was in power and we were playing defense. Like when you're in power, the other side gets to just attack. And there's no burden on them to defend their agenda because they don't have an agenda. They're out of power, right? That's how politics work. And that's typically why presidential parties, the parties that the president is a part of, usually get punished during the first midterms because it's just constantly, you're just like the opposition is just constantly attacking them. And so I'm looking forward to just focusing 90% of my time on Republicans so I don't have to spend as much time arguing with the most insufferable, myopic, ill-informed, absurdly idealistic, and wildly naive pockets of the left. You know, get your shots in now in my chat, you goddamn communists. Because I'm just not going to be focused on you guys as much. You know, I had to focus on you guys during the Biden era because that's what it is to defend like liberal politics in America. You got to fight a war on two fronts. You got to fight MAGA, who are just insane, like actually insane. And then you got to fight leftists who are telling you that Joe Biden should have sicked the IRS and the DOJ on Joe Manchin. You got to fight them and be like, what are you saying right now?
To attack Washington and politics, and the one on the left is built to attack Democrats. It is. I mean, like, I think they're trying to pressure Democrats to be a more moral, and the one in the middle, media ecosystems. There's the right-wing one, there's the kind of mainstream one, and there's the left one. The one on the right is built to attack Democrats.
The one in the middle is built to attack Washington and politics, and the one on the left is built to attack Democrats.
Yes.
It is. I mean, like, I think they're trying to pressure Democrats to be a more moral and just version of itself.
I think I probably spend more time on the Republican Party than the Democratic Party, but yeah,
But I'm saying when we're talking about, like, when the right is talking, when right-wing media, it is trying to be a team player, and it is attacking Democrats and supporting Republicans. The middle is attacking both, and the left is attacking Democrats and Republicans. There is no place, right? There is no, like, big kind of fun, exciting media environment outside of, I guess, this table, where, like, you have a lot of people that are, like, critical of the Democratic Party, like, annoyed by the same things we're talking about, but ultimately it's just like, we got to win and we have to get behind these people.
Yeah. Well, but again, it is because for many people on the right-wing ecosystem, like, they have their toys, they have their treats, and the Republicans are giving them those toys and those treats, whereas the Democrats are offering what?
No, I agree. That's
like,
where
what
I'm
are they
like,
offering?
well, yeah, no, I know. We got to
It
figure it out.
doesn't matter to me. I'm rich. Okay. Like, I mean, I probably might go to prison if Project Esther gets kicked in, or if they denaturalize me or something. But
Hey, come on.
You know, I mean, who knows? We'll see. But
You can, but I mean, you can be rich abroad.
that is true.
What are you
But
talking
my
about?
point is, but I like being here. I like trying to solve some of the problems in America,
Yeah.
at least.
And then- and, like, the
but
food's
overall,
good, yeah.
the point is not that I'm rich. The point is that the point I'm making is that, like, I care about my fellow Americans. I care about them, their lives getting better. They're improving their material conditions, and I recognize that if Democrats keep losing, then Republicans are going to keep ruining this country further. And I want the Democrats to win. I want to be the most regime-pilled propaganda minister you've ever seen.
That's what I want for you.
But I can't do that if the Democratic Party is not offering anything.
I guess what here's what
Minecraft.
I think that's all fair. I guess, like, where I'm, like, what I'm trying to see is, like, what is the path to the Democrats creating the kind of story that's backed by candidates, that's backed by message, that's backed by policy, that's backed by having the right enemies, telling that kind of story, right? And then in concert with that, like, it is a kind of, like, to go.
I should do a heartbeat monitor for when I'm reacting to content that I just hate, you know. I should do that. We should absolutely do that.
We do need a kind of, like, virtuous circle where then more and more people in left media start to accept that the vehicle for changing this country for the better is the Democratic Party.
If we were consistently critical, I mean, I can't speak for everybody else on the left. I don't know who you're talking about when you say this, but, like, I can speak to my friends that are over at Drop Site News, former Intercept guys like Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm. I can speak to Majority Report that was way more in the tank for Kamala than I was, for sure. Like, they were very openly more excited at the prospect of Kamala Harris. I was definitely a lot more depressed by no matter who wins, we are still cooked, was my attitude, but, like, certainly understanding and recognizing that Donald Trump is going to be far worse than Kamala Harris, of course. And Chapo Trap House, right? So these are some of the largest media companies out there on the left, right? Outside of the orbit of the Democratic Party. Every single one of these outlets, myself included, talked more about the Biden administration's accomplishments with the NLRB, with Lena Khan at the FTC, with, like, trust busting, and numerous other accomplishments that the Democratic Party actually brought forward than they did. And it didn't matter. My point is, we always defended the Afghan withdrawal unconditionally. You never saw that you barely saw that on MSNBC. We always defended that. We always defended Lena Khan. We always defended the NLRB. We always defended the symbolic move that Joe Biden made when he went to the UAW picket line. We didn't forget that. We talked about that. It didn't matter. It's not enough, especially when there's so much that Joe Biden did, I think, outside of the economic pressures that Americans were experiencing, that was certainly going to play a pivotal role in the election. But there's so much that he did in the month of October in 2023 that just completely wiped that made it impossible to defend him because it became the major focus of a lot of people. And there's not like,
oh God, I don't even want to touch this with a 15-foot pole. I don't even want to touch this, you guys.
There's nothing you can do in that moment when people are, seeing exactly what's going on and getting frustrated. He unveiled.
I mean, sure you can. Like, it's not, people don't want to hear this, but like the way you defend that is you say that presidencies are immensely complex. There are how many dozens and dozens and dozens of agencies that have real impacts on American people's lives. The judges that are confirmed, that go on to be confirmed under an administration, those judges make decisions that seriously impact people's lives all over the country. Federal judges in states that are striking down this law and upholding this law, and then you have federal policy, you have legislation, policy in the form of legislation that's super impactful. You have executive authority that really impacts people, and foreign policy is infinitely complex. And so we have foreign policy with respect to our like trading partners in Europe. We have foreign policy in terms of like how we interact with OPEC. That obviously has a really big impact on people's lives. You had war break out in Eastern Europe and Ukraine. You had war break out in the Middle East with Israel and Gaza. And so like it's difficult to engage with that kind of audience and say, look, I know you're not happy about what's happening in Israel and Gaza, and I'm not happy either. There's so many things that I think the Biden administration should be doing that they're not doing right now. And I feel powerless and disappointed and angry and upset. And I can still list you like 85 reasons off the top of my head that I think a Kamala presidency would be better than Trump. That's how you do that. You can do that if you want to. And there's a logical, rational explanation that you can get for this kind of messaging, for talking to your audience in this way. But that's just not the culture that exists broadly in leftist spaces online. It's just so much of their movement is defined by anger, just being really pissed that people don't have health care, that homelessness still exists, that corporations still the working class in this way or that way, that corporations are polluting our ecosystems, and that anger is like the defining feature of this movement. And so if there's one thing that you can have dozens of like serious Biden wins, like really substantive, impactful Biden wins. And if there's one thing, and I have issues with how he's engaged with Netanyahu, and I have issues with respect to his Israel-Gaza policy. I have serious issues with it. Talked about it on the stream. But that's not enough for me to just not meaningfully engage in an election, which is to say abstain or vote for third party. It's not enough. To me, there are still just so many obvious reasons to support someone like Kamala over Trump. There are just dozens of reasons that you could rattle off the top of your head that are logical, rational, not self-defeating. But, it takes a certain amount of courage as a creator to know that you're going to upset a lot of people in your audience because they've been really radicalized, and to do it anyways. And, I feel like there were a lot of creators in this space that weren't willing to potentially alienate a lot of people in their audience. They would rather feed into that anger, that grievance, and then legitimize a strategy of abstaining or voting third party. And it's frustrating to me.
The right-wing immigration bill on October 5th, 2023. Mm-hmm. If I might be getting the date wrong, but it was like literally 2 days before October 7. He did that, and then October 7 happened, and he went and he bear hugged Netanyahu and kept giving, unlimited weapons to Israel over and over again, never restraining Israel. Everybody knew exactly.
They did restrain Israel. I'm reading, or rather listening to an audiobook, which I maintain is reading, Woodward's book, the most recent one, War, and it touches a lot on the Israel-Palestine conflict. The idea that the Biden administration was not constantly working behind the scenes to constrain Israel. I mean, if we would just look at Rafah, for example, there was a big, basically, I think it was 1.5 million Palestinians were concentrated in this southern city of Rafah, which bordered Egypt. And the Israeli government was planning this massive offensive into Rafah because they felt they had cornered several Hamas cells in that region. It was a proposal that could have potentially caused a lot of civilian casualties, like way more than what we've even seen throughout this conflict. And the Biden administration successfully pressured Israel to hold off on the invasion until they allowed for, I think it was 1 million people to leave this highly concentrated area of Rafah and then relocate to, there were 2 different areas. There was one northwest towards the coast and then one kind of directly north. And they were able to, pressure Israel to take this out. So yeah, like you can say that they didn't do enough to constrain Israel. You can say that they were too generous with Israel with their aid, despite the humanitarian concerns. And I would agree with all of that. But this idea that the idea that the Biden administration didn't restrain Netanyahu at all is not true.
Exactly what was going to happen. It had happened before, and it was going to be much worse. And yet, no restraint whatsoever. And it has, I think, diminished America's soft power capabilities on the global stage further. It has eroded America's influence and soft power capabilities in the Western world. Obviously, the global South already knew what was up. They've always known, but they have no power. They have no voice. It doesn't matter. But the populations in Western Europe recognizing what was going on and actually starting to protest against it, I mean, that's different. I'm saying this as someone who's been an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past 10 years publicly. I've never seen this groundswell of this massive sea change, this attitude shift in such a dramatic fashion over the course of the last 12 months. And they did not address that at all. And instead, they hugged and kissed neocons and talked about, even in the VP debate, like Israel having the nuclear first strike capability. What an insane conversation we're having after 12 months of genocide. Like that's, Americans fancy themselves to be peaceful people. It's a lie. America's foreign interventions are anything but peaceful. And but even then, the media ecosystem usually just shelters Americans from the genuine devastating impact of America's actions globally. But for that reason, Americans can at least feel, even then, the media ecosystem usually just shelters Americans from the genuine devastating impact of America's actions globally. But for that reason, Americans can at least feel like they're peaceful doves, which is why Donald Trump, despite never being a peaceful dove, was able to effectively communicate that he was actually anti-Iraq war against Hillary Clinton in 2016, which was a resilient message that actually showcased him as more moderate than Hillary Clinton.
It was also a lie. He was on record supporting the invasion of Iraq on Howard Stern back in 2003. I mean, it was just a lie. But
in the eyes of many Americans, he did 4 years of no peaceful dove whatsoever, and then he turned around and after October 7 was still able to effectively outflank the Democrats on this issue, despite the fact that he got $100 million from Miriam Adelson, Sheldon Adelson's wife, to...
I don't know what he means, outflank the lefts on Israel. I have no idea what he means when he says that, because his only stated position with respect to how he would engage with Netanyahu was to say that his stated policy is that he's just going to let, his position is that Israel just needs to do whatever it needs to do to destroy Hamas. I don't understand how that's outflanking the left or outflanking Biden from the left. I don't know what that means.
Potentially annex the West Bank and put rabid evangelical freaks like Mike Huckabee as the Israeli ambassador. Like, these guys are insane.
It's why it's very heartbreaking for me too. Look, I think one of the reasons people will be mad that you're on the show is because you're like a proud anti-Zionist, right? Like you said that. I've gotten.
I was talking about to say anti-Semite. I was like, damn.
Joining us today, anti-Semite dumbass.
Yeah.
No, but I actually a couple 2 or 3 years ago, I said on Pod Save America that I described myself as a Zionist, which got people upset too. But what I said then and what I still say now is, and I actually had the same conversation with Bernie, is you ought to denounce the
destruction and death in Gaza. You ought to denounce the moral abomination that is taking over the West Bank on its own terms, because it is morally reprehensible.
Yeah.
It is despicable. It is these are war crimes being committed against innocent Palestinians who are paying with their lives for the crimes of Hamas. And you don't need to go further than that. What I'm saying is it is also terrible for Israel, and you don't need to care about that.
No, I agree.
No, I know.
I do care about
that. And what Bernie said, I always appreciate what he has to say on this issue. What he said is that basically even Israel does not understand the way in which they're becoming an isolated pariah nation. And so people will be mad to have someone who is a self-proclaimed anti-Zionist on this show, but I am someone who has called himself a Zionist, and I am against this because I believe it doesn't serve Israel's interest either. And that to me is what is so devastating about the outcome of this election, in part because of policy, in part because Joe Biden is such an incomprehensible messenger on one of the most delicate and contentious topics in American politics. We now have Donald Trump, who is able to allied what his actual views would be on this issue. And we have seen what happens in Israel when you have someone like Trump in power at a moment of crisis. And now there is Trump back in office here. And if you are concerned about the lives of Palestinians, if you're concerned about continuing instability and violence and death in that region, this election has just made everything so much worse.
American foreign policy being so uniparty on this issue is genuinely frustrating, and it's genuinely damaging for Israel, because we recognize how our fellow Americans are becoming more reactionary every single day, especially with this new Trump election. You see people that formerly maybe had different opinions go, you know what, maybe it is good to deport 20 million people violently by utilizing the military potentially. This is something that the Donald Trump administration has said they're going to do.
Well, at the very least, even if people don't believe that'll happen or didn't understand, these things are not there. These things are not the expectation that Donald Trump taking all of these extreme positions would be enough. That just wasn't true.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to explain here is that before you know it, people can succumb to reactionary feelings and reactionary sentiment and find themselves in the throes of fascist ideology without even recognizing it. Mm-hmm. And I think examining that is important in an academic setting. And that's why we have Holocaust studies, right? That's why we have genocide studies as an entire field to specifically understand exactly how Nazi Germany got to that position, or fascist Italy got to the position that it got to. And I think that, you might even disagree with me on this, but that's where Israel is. That's where Israel is at right now. They have become an incredibly angry culture, an incredibly angry country that has succumbed, especially since the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, who wasn't exactly a great guy for Palestinians either. I mean, he was known as the guy who deliberately tasked the Israeli security forces in breaking the hands of children for stone throwing, right, in the first Intifada. That guy was the off-ramp for peace negotiations with Palestinians, and they assassinated him. And his assassins and people who are backing his assassins, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, like Bezalel Smotrich, are now firmly a part of the Israeli establishment, the current governing
Israeli
coalition.
Government. Yeah, well, there are also hundreds of thousands of Israelis who have protested this government.
Yeah, for different reasons, but for sure.
Yes, and again, I just think it's important. Yes, Israel is responsible for Israel's actions, but we do need to separate Benjamin Netanyahu and his conduct from the Israeli people. In the same, that doesn't mean they're not responsible in the same way that America is not George W. Bush, right? But America is responsible for what George W. Bush, when he is in command of our armed forces.
Yeah,
but we understand that distinction.
Of course. The problem is you have to also look at the Overton window, though, in any society, in any culture, in any country, right? And I think that, and I come from I'm Turkish. Like, I come from a country with conscription. Like, I understand what ultranationalism is. I've lived through it. I've experienced it. I know what it's like when Turkish people hear me say like that the Armenian genocide is real, for example. Like, that's like a non-starter, right? That's like, you can't say that. What are you talking about? I learned in school that it wasn't real, right? Like, I understand how a country can become more and more right-wing, where even the liberal position is still committed to the maintenance of an apartheid. And I think that is where we're at with Israel, and we have to restrain Israel as we are the
mainstream liberal position, both when it comes to politicians and voters. The mainstream liberal position is that Palestinians should have their own state. They advocate and have advocated for a two-state solution for the last 5 or 6 decades. So this idea that the mainstream liberal position is to maintain an apartheid structure, which you can quibble about the word apartheid and whether or not it applies, but if we just take it to mean the blockade in Gaza, the prevention of Palestinians from having their own sort of right to self-determination and autonomy and have a sovereign nature to itself, that's not the mainstream liberal position.
Number one partner of Israel.
He's talking about Israeli liberals. I might have misheard him. If that's true, then sure.
Whether it be the weapons that we give to Israel, whether it be the financial support that we give to Israel, or whether it be the trade partnership that we have, or the financial partnership that we have with Israeli companies, we have a lot of influence over what Israel does. And I think over the course of the last couple of decades, especially with Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel has become a more and more right-wing nation.
Yes, it is a country that now views itself as being isolated and under siege, right?
Yeah.
Like, all of this is like, we have moved in the wrong direction in a bunch of, like, this has all gotten to be so kind of hopeless. Israel faces recrimination from around the world, feels isolated, feels like it needs to turn inward to protect itself, views itself as being
it's going
under
the Rhodesia route.
attack. Well, it's like, the question right to me is like, how do you break that cycle? I agree it requires a ton of American pressure, but it also, I think, like, the turn, like, anti-Zionist fervor, like, to me, like, anti-Zionism itself is not a path to where we ultimately need to go, which is a peace and Palestinian self-determination, right? Like, that's what I believe in. Like, that's what I care about. That's where I want this. Like Israel as a country that no longer feels constantly under threat. Palestinians being able to live in peace and safety without being under occupation.
That's not what Hasan wants. Hasan wants what he calls a one-state solution, which would directly lead to the end of the Israeli state. So wants a full one-state solution, full right of return. He wants Israelis to either be forced to by military action or be persuaded to voluntarily allow themselves to be a political minority in a country that could potentially be run by Hamas. It seems like Hamas has more popular support in both the West Bank and Gaza than the PA does. So, in my opinion, Hasan's position on what should happen in Israel is just not realistic. It's not going to happen.
In control of their own destiny. And to me, like, that, like, it's become a kind, like, that is a two-state solution, and anything that drives towards that, I think, is ultimately the direction we need to go. Right now, we're moving in the opposite direction, which is why this all feels so hopeless to me.
Well, I mean, look, I used to be of that same mindset maybe like a decade ago as well, where I resort to the likes of Avi Shleim on this, or Ilan Pape on this, in terms of like my analysis of it, but like the settlement operations in the so-called peace process that were, again, funded by America as well, and still funded to this day by like the likes of Kufi, Christians United for Israel, which is the oftentimes not talked about part of this equation that is significant, and dare I say more significant than whatever Jewish Americans think about Israel. Like, it's the right-wing evangelical Christians that are the number one funders of the settlement project.
But
in
it's
general.
also like no consequences for the expansion of settlements.
Yeah, well, that's
and the use of settlement, like the
folks like Hasan are not they're not wrong when it comes to the settlements. So the Israelis, there were Israeli settlements in Gaza before 2004, 2005, whichever year it was that was it Sharon who forced through IDF force, who forced Israeli settlers out of Gaza, just forced them out of that space and completely withdrew from Gaza. That was more doable at the time because there weren't nearly as many settlements. And over the last 2.5 decades, the Israelis have aggressively expanded their settlements into the West Bank. And so, some people in my chat and other people that comment on this issue, they're not wrong when they say that those settlements are an enormous obstacle to peace, which was the point. And Netanyahu defined himself politically in Israel over the last few decades as being the guy who's like a serious obstacle to giving the Palestinians their own state. And one way that you can sort of cement that policy in Israel is to allow massive expansions of settlements into the West Bank. Netanyahu has known this whole time that by doing so, he's not only ensuring in the moment that Palestinians don't have their own state, the possibility of a two-state solution, he's making it more difficult for future politicians to come in and take power. Because at the end of the day, those politicians in 10 years or 20 years, they're still going to have to deal with this issue one way or the other. And at this point, it's almost impossible to conceive of an Israeli politician coming into power and then forcing all of these Israelis to leave these West Bank settlements. Politically, it's really difficult to imagine the Israeli population electing someone who would be willing to dismantle these settlements. And so that part of this conversation is not, Hasan is not wrong. Where I think people like Hasan take it to the point where I disagree is like, well, that means that the only option left is a one-state solution. But the one-state solution is just a complete non-starter for so many reasons. So however out of reach a two-state solution feels right now, and people have good reasons to feel like a two-state solution is out of reach, definitely more out of reach than what they were negotiating when Rabin was the prime minister. However out of reach that is, a one-state solution is just, it is never, ever, ever, ever going to happen. The only way that you could force it to happen is through military force, which is why Iran funds so many proxy groups to fight this war, the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas. The idea is like maybe eventually they'll be able to militarily force the Israeli government to basically dissolve, and at that point it would only be a matter of time before basically every Jew is either killed or expelled from the region. And the Israeli people and the Israeli government are obviously never going to agree to that voluntarily. They're never going to agree to make themselves a political minority in the region. It's just not going to happen. And so the one-state solution people, when they fantasize about this potential outcome, they think like, okay, well, we can force them to do that through like economic sanctions and on the more extreme end, they say like, well, groups like Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, they can force it militarily, but you're never going to get, and if you have that opinion that they can do that, fine, I guess. But what you can't tell me is that you're gonna get the Israeli people themselves to elect a government who would willingly enter into some kind of a treaty with Palestinians or some kind of deal that would allow for the Israeli people, Israeli Jews, to be a minority in a country that could very well be and end up being led by Hamas. That's just not going to happen. It is not going to happen. So again, the only way that you can get there at that point is through military force or crippling sanctions, but there is no indication that either of those two things are on the horizon. So why are you justifying the ethno state? I don't know if I'm justifying anything. I'm trying to lay out the dynamic as accurately as I can. If there's a particular point that you disagree with, then let me know. You haven't really done that. You're just like, why are you justifying an ethno state? Did I do that? I'm just saying like, this is what the situation is. And so Again, but like, I feel like the ethno-state thing is just so kind of silly to me because it's like, well, if the problem is ethno-states, boy, let me tell you, Israel is not even close to the largest ethno-state in the Middle East. If the issue is ethno-states, then why are we restricting the conversation to Israel when it comes to Middle East countries? There's a lot of other countries that we'd have to address if we're talking about dismantling ethno-states.
What was once expanding settlements as part of a negotiation tactic towards what would ultimately have been a solution is now just a plan to take over the West Bank.
Yeah, no, it's developing Bantustans, which they did. And my point is that has made it virtually impossible for a two-state solution to exist, which is why I think that like Israel already maintains sovereignty, and that as an apartheid state, what needs to happen is to abolish the apartheid, which is something that unfortunately many Israelis refuse to reckon with, at least right now, because they...
Well, just look at it in terms of put yourself in the... And what would like... This isn't... Let's get away from moral claims about how Israel has acted, and let's just look at the situation for what it is, right? If you're an Israeli, living in proper Israel, would you want your government to agree to a one-state solution with a full right of return? That's a question for people in chat. I mean, can you imagine an Israeli agreeing to that? I don't think you can. Like, I don't think you can find, I'm sure you can find activists in Israel that are hopeful for something like a one-state solution, but the overwhelming majority of Israelis are never going to agree to that. And I think for really good reasons, for obvious reasons, especially after the events of October 7th. At that point, it's like, it might be an inevitability if you went down that road and did a one-state solution. It very well could be inevitable that Hamas would be at the top of the leadership structure. Hamas would be the governing party of Palestinians. And so now at that point, you have majority Palestinian state led by Hamas. And then where do the Israelis fit into that state? And some people in chat, like a lot of leftists, bring up South Africa as an example of how to make it work. That is not analogous at all. There was no equivalent to Hamas in the South African anti-apartheid movement. That was a leftist organization with very different goals than, for example, a military and political group led by religious fanatics. Just not the same thing, but yeah.
That would mean 5 million Palestinians, and including the 2.5 million Palestinian citizens of Israel, would now constitute a demographic majority in this area, in this land that Israel enforces sovereignty over, and that is terrifying for its demographic destiny, its demographic goals in general.
Well, just also okay, that's something to add. Like, you can point, like, it's also something that Israel is never going to assent to.
No,
yes, and this is the point that I was just making. Yeah.
I understand that, which is why I think like the pressure campaigns, albeit minimal, but the change in attitude in the way that like a lot of people see this dynamic is significant, and I think that inevitably things will change, and we're seeing it right now. We're seeing it with the ICC decision. Like, this is a truly unique moment. We're seeing it with the ICJ court case. We'll see where it goes, but
things will inevitably change. I don't think we're headed towards a future where, I don't know if this is what he means, but if he means we are headed, we're like, things are inevitably going to change, and this means that we're inevitably heading towards a one-state solution, I don't think I agree with that at all.
I think that I understand why even members in the State Department that I would directly be at odds with in the way that we examine the world have from the start tried to say, this can't happen, that we need to use the liberal Zionist off-ramp immediately. We need to just put Benny Gantz in charge or something. Like, we need to just like single out Benjamin Netanyahu, say he's the bad guy, and then move in the direction where like a more manageable, more liberal person, a more moderate person can be left responsible and restrain Israel in some way in order to continue Israel being an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region, and they didn't even listen to that. Like the
But
top
also
of
because
the,
it was
the
a-
top of the
because it-
administration just didn't even listen to that.
Well, because Netanyahu is an obstacle to any kind of peace. I mean, this is we have been in moments in the recent past where Palestinians and Israelis were at the table and peace seemed within reach, right? And that seems very far away right now. We were, and that seems very far away right now. But to me, that still seems closer than a single state.
Yes.
And to me, there's that sort of a future of heading towards that is a future of a lot more chaos and violence and terror and horror and not.
Well, he means a one state. Like if that's what he's talking about right here, the cost of trying to pursue a one state solution, which is just never going to happen. It will be more chaos, more violence, et cetera, et cetera.
And so I come back to my view remains that the future that the only.
And when John calls himself a Zionist, he means it in the literal definition of the word. I don't know. Like, I'm curious. So for the people in chat, like when you hear the term Zionist, I want to know what you guys think that word means to you, because I get a little confused with the way that word is thrown around. I feel like the definition has been completely bastardized. Pro-Israel, that was the first answer. That I feel like is how a lot of people see that term now. It's just if you're a Zionist, it means you're pro-Israel. That's actually not what that term means. When Jon Lovett calls himself a Zionist, what he means is that he believes that Israel has a right to exist. That's all he means when he says that. It doesn't mean he's pro Bibi Netanyahu. It doesn't mean he's like pro the Israeli government. It doesn't mean that he co-signs the treatment of Palestinians, the blockade of Gaza, blah, 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 blah. It just means that to him, any peace solution doesn't mean the destruction of the Israeli state, you know. And you can be a Zionist and not even necessarily, like, you can be a Zionist and not agree with what happened during like the Nakba, for example, like or the way that the land was partitioned by the UN. And you can still be a Zionist in that spot by, like, if you recognize or if you believe that Israel as a state is not going away. And if you try to set the goal of eliminating the Israeli state, if you try to set that as a goal, you're gonna do more harm than good, and it's gonna lead to nothing. And you can have that position and still technically be a Zionist, and you can be anti-Netanyahu and all that, whatever. But the original term Zionism, that's all that meant, was that Jewish people have a right to self-determination. Like, Jewish people should have their own country. And this was after decades and centuries and millennia of very real Jewish persecution and pogroms and Holocaust. And, you know, if you put yourself in the shoes of a Jewish person, you know, shortly after the Russian Revolution, and in the context of thousands of years of persecution, it's really easy to understand why a Jewish person, when the Zionist movement began, would want to have their own country. Like, you can completely understand, like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, look what the Bolsheviks did to Jews after the revolution. You know, it was, look at how Jewish people have been displaced and systematically targeted by countries spanning, you know, the entirety of Europe and the Middle East. It's not difficult to understand why Jewish people wanted their own state. It's pretty obvious in retrospect that if you want to blame anyone for the boondoggle we find ourselves in, persisting in the year of our Lord 2023, you can blame the British, which is a good rule of thumb. Generally speaking, you can explain a lot of things by blaming the British, but the British overpromised. They were promising Jewish people their own state, and they were promising Arabs freedom from the Ottoman Empire. They were promising Arabs their own states. They were promising Arabs freedom from the Ottomans. And when it came time for them to deliver, they only delivered for the Israelis. And then there was this expansion of the original settlement structure shortly after Israel sprung into existence in 1948, and then were just subsequently invaded by 5 neighboring countries all at the same time. And at that point, the original borders just went out the window, and Israel just did a massive land grab and yada yada yada. I mean, there's so many problems, so many atrocities that have taken place throughout the history of this state, and you can acknowledge all that, but at the same time, and I think this is what Lovett is doing, just practically speaking, the idea of forcing Israel to agree to be a political minority is just not, it's just an obvious non-starter.
We hope is some kind of a two-state solution. As far as that seems right now, people want to say otherwise, fine, but
I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna annex the West Bank. I think that's what I think is gonna happen. But
I'll tell you what. I think the odds of Israel annexing the West Bank went way up with Trump winning this election. Way the up.
Trump's gonna let it happen. Like
This is the thing. Like,
and it's not even because Trump is like ideologically committed to the Zionist project in the way that like Joe Biden was. It's because Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million. That's it.
Trump doesn't give a
yeah. He doesn't give a anything. He's just like, yeah, these guys gave me money. I'm gonna listen to her, and that's it. And that was really funny because like that's what he's talked about in the anti-Semitism conference that he put together. If you recall, he was like, "I've done so much for you Jews. Why won't you vote for me?" That's what he kept saying. He's like, "If I lose, it's because of you Jews."
I know.
And it was insane because like in his mind, he thinks that's the only thing that American Jews care about. Like it's the dual loyalty trope, but you also can't do that trope in a woke way on mainstream media either. When you are, I'm not saying you're doing this.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like you also can't do that in a more woke way when you're talking about Israel in as many liberal outlets do sometimes when they talk about like, well, you just want Israel to perish, I think, and you're probably anti-Semitic, and that it's just Israel has demographic concerns. It's like, okay, well that's. America has demographic concerns. America has white demographic concerns. That's not that's a non-starter for me. You know what I mean? I don't care. Like,
yeah, I mean,
that I feel like is so reductionist. It's like, it's beyond demographic concerns. Whatever bad comparisons you want to make to South Africa and how they dealt with dismantling apartheid, whatever really fanciful and unrealistic and ahistorical comparisons you want to make to the anti-apartheid movement to Hamas and what they represent, it's beyond just like, it's beyond like a white person being concerned that they may not be the majority of the country by like 2035. It's well beyond that in the case of Israel. When we talk about, let's say Hamas taking over and Hamas being the governing body of whatever Israel is called after this happens, because they're not going to keep that name, Palestine, let's just say it's going to be Palestine, that will be a country that will not be hospitable to Jewish people. It's not going to take very long before basically every last Jewish person is ousted from that region. That wouldn't take longer than a year, I think, for that to happen.
There is also a ton of anti-Semitism.
Oh, absolutely.
I know you don't. I know,
Yeah,
like, I just
100%.
making sure because yes, and
yeah, it's skyrocketing.
And like that, but like again, like we got to move on from this. But like, it's just like you see it in our politics, you see it in politics around Israel, like this kind of vicious circle of people feel under threat, they turn inward, they become less and less empathetic towards their neighbors. That leads them to be more and more isolated. And to me, it's like the question is not like I'm not even interested in like philosophical debates ideologically. It's like, how do you break that human cycle, right? And I think on our side, it starts with just a policy that recognizes that even if that it is in Israel's interest to stop the violence and to stop the killing, and that moving towards something like the annexation of the West Bank or the permanent occupation of Gaza or whatever it may be is ultimately not in Israel's interest. I know that makes me sound like a neolib shill, but that is what I think.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I don't disagree with you. I think that's why I was trying to bring it back to like American politics. And I don't think it's an accident that in the past 3 decades, every single Western capitalist nation, firmly planted within the heart of empire, firmly within the comfortable bosom of American imperialism,
All right.
has shifted dramatically to the right. And in that process, I think, or leading up to that, there was a lot of austerity, a lot of clawing back of social safety nets, a lot of privatization that took place that some people call the inchnification of the economy, or the inchnification of everything. And in that process, I think people got more and more angry. And the only people that benefit from that anger are always going to be far-right figures that can point to people that are defenseless and people that are less powerful than you are. And they were able to successfully use the anger to redirect that towards nationalist sentiment, to redirect that towards racism, homophobia, bigotry of all different sorts. And that's why you're seeing the reform movement grow in the UK, with Nigel Farage, who now has a higher approval rating than the very conservative Tory-adjacent Labour leadership with Keir Starmer. That's why you're seeing the AfD grow in momentum in Germany. That's why you're seeing Le Pen's party, win or also grow as well. Even if she goes to jail, her movement will not, go away. And every single instance,
Wait, sorry, what did he? What are you upset about?
As a higher approval rating than the very conservative Tory-adjacent Labour leadership with Keir Starmer. That's why you're seeing the AfD grow in momentum in Germany. That's why you're seeing
What are you saying he's wrong about, Smaj? Flat out wrong about what?
Le Pen's party, win or also grow as well.
Not Tory adjacent at all? Gotcha. He's saying that Labor is Tory adjacent? Keir Starmer, that guy? Keir Starmer?
Even if she goes to jail, her movement will not, go away. And every single instance you have.
Is he doing this? Is he doing the thing that he does with like American politics where it's like Democrats are just Republican light? And he's just saying that the Labor Party is just Tory light? Is that what he's doing?
Centrist, moderate to like center right, neoliberal party leadership constantly trying to maintain the hegemonic status of neoliberalism and losing out to populist far-right messaging every step along the way. Because when material conditions worsen, okay, and you might look at the technological improvements and say, what do you mean material conditions are worsening? Like, I can order a Uber Eats and immediately have it at my doorstep. But like overall, the important things like educational attainment.
We need a complete and total shutdown of the word neoliberal until we can figure out what the hell is going on.
Healthcare, public transit. If we're talking about Europe, we don't even have that here in America.
Now, I don't know to what extent it applies in the UK. Maybe it does, but neoliberalism, as far as I understand it, it broadly means free market economics, austerity, deregulation, right?
We can talk about it here too.
You know, home ownership. These sorts of things are just getting worse and worse year over year, and it truly ruins people's lives, and it leaves them angry and confused. And right wingers like Donald Trump.
So, like, Biden did massive social spending progress. Well, to the extent that he would have gone farther if we had like a supermajority. But the ARP was a pretty massive social spending program. Reduced the deficit, but we didn't like eliminate the deficit, right? Like we still did debt spending.
Trump or fascists like those in Europe, like Meloni's party in Italy as well.
And it's not like I don't think deregulation was a huge part of. Like, Biden isn't known for his deregulation, right?
Or Geert Wilders in the Netherlands. Like these guys use that opportunity to say, you know why you're mad? Because Muslim refugees came in and they ruined your beautiful European culture.
It's the challenge, right? Is that like things aren't getting worse on every metric. They're not. And if you were to look at the last, 50 years of American politics, and if you just showed people the economic data and you said, I want you to find on this chart where the United States elected a fascist dunce, you would not pick 2024. You might pick 2008. You might pick 1992. You might pick after the stagflation of the 70s. There are a bunch of times you might say, well, that must have, if it's someplace here, it must have been then. And so I do think like we have to. I think housing is a big part of it. I think people being furious that life didn't seem to come. Like people are, I think, traumatized by the pandemic in ways we're still kind of. It's hard to see and hard to find in polling, right? I think there's like a deep anger about like, hey, wait, things never got back to normal. I don't feel normal. Costs didn't come back down. Life seems worse in measurable and immeasurable ways. And I do think part of it is like, yes, it's material.
I also think a not so insignificant part was like a lot of people felt uncomfortable with Biden specifically leading the country because they felt like he exuded weakness because he was kind of old and frail. Despite the fact that he had a very, I mean, regardless of how you feel about his policies, he had a very impressive track record in what he was able to accomplish legislatively. And, you know, for example, if we single out the bolstering of like international alliances like NATO and marshaling international support for Ukraine and making Putin's job way more difficult and costly and bloody for the greed of trying to annex his neighbor, that to me is strength, right? Like telling Xi Jinping, like, look, if you invade Taiwan, we will send American boots. We will send Americans to fight in defense of Taiwan. That is strength. That's a strong deterrent. But people saw Biden as this, like, saw him through the prism of TikToks of him tripping and falling off of a bike and tripping over his words. And I feel like people who are largely disconnected from politics, they just assume he's just this like Mr. Magoo level of aloof and weak. And my therapist described how Republicans describe Biden in such an appropriate way. He basically said that Republicans looked at Biden like the Jar Jar Binks was a secret Sith theory of Star Wars. So even though Jar Jar Binks was very clumsy, kind of came across as aloof and silly, he still managed to luck his way into being effective on the battlefield at the end of Phantom Menace, right? Like he's like tripping over things and that leads to this thing falling down a hill and killing a bunch of the bots or what. Like that's how Republicans described, without coming out and saying it that way, but Biden was basically like a secret Sith. So even though he was this old and demented, doddering old man, he was actually super dangerous in what he was able to accomplish.
But it's also, I think,
spiritual.
It is. There is something. I think that there was a bargain people were making when all the restaurants where they knew the owners closed and they were replaced by Panera Breads and Subways and chains. And when their supermarkets became chains and the Walmarts came in, right? And people like to blame Walmart, but Walmart is both a symptom and a cause, right? I think like there was a bargain people made. Mm-hmm. And the bargain was, I'm going to give up on like the kind of dignity and community and sense of place and belonging that I used to experience in my town for this cheap stuff.
Yeah,
but
treats.
It better be cheap.
Yeah,
and it's
treats.
Not. But I think people are very bad at understanding what they want. And people, I do think that there's this collective feeling of like, hey, we traded something away to these corporations. Mm-hmm. And some of it we did unwillingly, some of it we did willingly, but we're not happy with the outcome. And I do think that that's about community. I do think that's about meaning.
Yeah, what you're describing, you're describing alienation, but
yeah, I am. But that is a big part of it.
But in the Marxian sense, not like alienation in the normal understanding of it. But like, yes, you're right. Americans feel isolated. Everyone feels isolated. Everyone feels alienated. They feel alienated from their labor, and besides that, there is no sense of identity. And I talk about this quite frequently. Actually, our consumption is the only marker for identity.
Yeah.
Even guns is a very important political identity for a lot of Americans. That's consumption. That's no different than an expensive Gucci bag. Okay, it's actually more expensive in many instances, and the culture that surrounds it is still ultimately at the point of consumption. And when there is a hurdle in front of that, whether it's cost or because you just simply can't go and buy it at the store or whatever during COVID and the lockdowns, everything falls apart because we're a very fragile nation that is built on this idea that like, as long as I get for cheap, I'm fine. I don't really care. As long as the cost of eggs will go down, 20 cents or a dollar, I don't care if 20 million migrants get deported, is the calculation that some people made. And many people said it's not going to happen anyway. Now, there is the other side of this story.
But
that's why I
want to hear the other side. But I just wanted to.
The other side is what I was trying to say is this is what Kamala Harris did wrong, in my opinion. She could have gone up there and said, "I am going to arrest the Walton family," and if she was able to successfully say, "I'm going to arrest the Walton family," and they're going to stand trial, okay, in a military tribunal,
sure.
And that is going to make egg prices $5 cheaper. It's going to be eggs are going to be 10 cents again. Americans would have voted for that. That's my point.
Wait. So the I feel like Hasan is not really like hiding his power level here. This is just full tanky stuff, right? This is just full authoritarian tanky stuff. Like if only she would have just gone full authoritarian, then she would have won the election. Yeah, this is just his tanky side showing here.
So
you don't have to go that crazy, obviously.
No, I know. Well, I guess it just like this to me, like these are the twin problems of dealing with a fascist threat. One is keeping a big, fractious, progressive, small L liberal movement together. The other is how you defend the value of institutions that don't do that. And like, I know you're being...
okay, so he's being hyperbolic. Like, I guess you could just mean like, you need to go full populist, I guess is what he's saying.
Being hyperbolic. I'm exaggerating.
I know you are.
I think that for far too long, deregulation and unconditionally supporting corporations, and even having what you just described as like the formative opinion on antitrust, like as long as the consumer is happy, as long as the prices are low, we don't care if you monopolize.
But that's the right's view. I mean, we like Democrats are now fight like no, but some of this is like we're fighting back on that stuff.
No, but so that was the right's view, but that was kind of uniparty for a very long time, at least since the 90s.
I think but this is I think conservatives had an ideological view of this.
Yeah.
The Bork view of this. They came in and they said antitrust doesn't mean what it says in the law. It doesn't mean what it says in people's experience of what a monopoly does. It's this one specific definition, which makes it really hard to stop mergers.
Yeah.
And Democrats said, wait, hold on. Like kind of Democrats just didn't have a strong view on this. It just wasn't a motivating. It wasn't.
I know, but why didn't they?
Well, I think there wasn't. I think the intellectual academic left had to catch up to the damage this was doing. I think Democrats just didn't focus on it, didn't care about it. I also think there is money from donors. Of course. I know you don't need to rhetorically cue me up. I know. But that like, I think sometimes it is not people saying, oh, I wish we would go after these giant monopolies more, but I got this donation, so no, now I'm not. But it's a culture, a kind of pro-business culture, right? Yeah. That like kind of pervaded Democrats since the 90s that made conversations about this kind of thing harder to have, which is different now because Lena Khan is now the chair of the FTC, right? Elizabeth Warren created this Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, right? Like there has been a shift, but it is both a not enough and not a shift in people's actual understanding of what the Democratic Party
because
is
there's no immediate gratification that comes from that.
I know.
And the immediate gratification that is supposed to happen could happen potentially with wide sweeping legislative agenda changes overall, or like clearly communicating a pathway towards like a more just outcome for healthcare, for example. Like that's not something that we're invested in. Like things that touch people's lives immediately is going to yield very positive benefits.
The Democratic position in the years that followed the ACA with Obama was, for all three candidates, was expanding on the ACA. That was the Democratic Party position. So taking the wins of the ACA and then expanding on that. So like going incrementally going further and further and further. That's what Hillary ran on. That's what Biden ran on and executed on. And that's what Kamala was running on. I'd have to look at the numbers again, because I feel like when you talk to leftists, they'll tell you like, oh yeah, Medicare for All has like 90% approval rating, which I think is just a really, I don't buy that. I think that there's like really skewed data. There's like really flawed data in terms of like how you ask the question. Because I'm 90% sure that the concept of expanding on the ACA holds better than a single payer healthcare system like Medicare for All. Obama, he didn't pursue a single payer or multi-payer system like a government run healthcare system. He didn't even have the votes necessary to pursue a public option. And what he did in a limited sense, compared with something like Medicare for All, was enough to spin the right-wing media machine into full swing. And they were able to foment mass disapproval of the ACA within the public. So what I'm saying was, like, Obama didn't go nearly as far as what Medicare for All promises, and the Republicans were very successfully able to convince 65% of the country that the ACA was a bad idea. Like, the ACA just polled really poorly. And it wasn't until 2017 that it finally got to majority approval. And now it has really good approval, because at this point, I feel like way more people understand what the ACA is now. Because once it was threatened in 2017, like, a lot of people, including Democrats, didn't know that the ACA was Obamacare. And so Donald Trump would talk about repealing Obamacare, and a lot of voters didn't realize that that was the ACA. And a lot of voters rely on the ACA to get their health insurance. I can't tell you how many scores of individuals that I've interacted with online whose lives were saved by the ACA, who literally wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for the ACA. And so this idea that a single payer healthcare system is just like really easy to get done because, this poll over here that asks the question in this way makes it seem as though there's overwhelming support for Medicare for All. My point is that it's a lot more complicated than that. And it's not as straightforward. And it really depends on how you ask the question. So hold on, polls. So you'll get a poll like there's a Gallup poll here from 2023. So you'll get a poll that says something like 57% of U.S. adults believe that the federal government should ensure all Americans have healthcare coverage. Now people look at that, right? And they say, well, that means 57% of the country approves of something like Medicare for All. But that's not what that means, because you can have the opinion that the federal government should ensure healthcare and be a supporter of the ACA subsidies rather than Medicare for All. Do you understand what I mean? So how you ask the question and how you unpack the data can really change depending on framing. There's a reason why major health, Nixon wanted to do universal health care coverage. For example, Nixon wanted like a Medicare for All type system, right? And he had way more cooperation in Congress back then. There's a reason why doing like a government run healthcare, which is the program that I favor. There's a reason why doing that is really difficult in a system where you need like a super majority in the Senate, or rather 60 votes in the Senate, simple majority in the House. Like, this is something that's eluded so many presidents. And so I get a little frustrated with some people that are like, oh, it's really simple, just run on Medicare for All. I don't think it's that simple. I think that is a monumental task, or monumentous task. I'm not saying it's impossible down the line. I have faith that we'll be able to get that done at some point in this country. I don't know if it's going to happen in the next 10 years, but 20 years, 30 years, it's no small undertaking, really difficult to get that over the finish line.
Benefits. I will say this. I think as far as like Lena Khan or the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, these are fantastic things that happened under the the watchful eye of the Biden regime.
Well, Barack Obama
and Barack Obama as well. The problem here, however, is that once again, I think out of genuine fear, maybe that they would disrupt or upset the Tony West coalition of the Democratic Party. All of these like major donors.
Rockus says, or Rokus, you can run on and make any promises you want during the campaign. It's saying what you think is important. It's less important whether you actually can get it done until you run for re-election. But Kamala barely did any of that. If there's any questions as to why Kamala did a lot of intentional messaging courting like moderates, never Trump Republicans, if there's any question of why Kamala didn't go as far left as she did during the 2020 primaries, for example, she didn't even make it to 2020. I think she dropped out at the end of 2019. I think it's so easily explained when you look at the post-election data I think there's multiple surveys at this point that demonstrate that anywhere between like 40 and 50% of Americans polled were concerned that Kamala Harris was too liberal. Let me say that again and just marinate on it for a second. 40 to 50% of Americans polled had concerns that Kamala Harris was too liberal. That is why you saw her attack the center more. I mean, to be fair to her, she was trying to do, I think, like both. I think she was trying to target progressives in some ways, and she was trying to target moderates in other ways. And so expanded child tax credit, that's what she proposed was progressive. The $25,000 grant for first-time home buyers, that was progressive. The anti-price gouging stuff, that was populist and progressive. But she also said she would sign the border bill, and she campaigned with Liz Cheney, et cetera, et cetera. For anybody that was frustrated with like that she didn't run her campaign left enough in 2024, it's like, well, what do you do when you have 100 days of campaign and you do some internal polling, and in your internal polling, a significant percentage of the electorate is telling your pollsters that they were concerned that she was too extreme. She was too extreme to the left. Are you supposed to just ignore that? Are you supposed to just lean into the left stuff and just hope that people will have a moment where they're like, oh, never mind. I like these policies. I like the fact that she's super progressive. So even if you disagree with her tactic and it's unfalsifiable, so everybody that's in here saying that she would have won if she would have run on like Medicare for all and $20 an hour minimum wage or whatever, I can't prove you wrong. What I can show you is that her team were looking at data that made it difficult to defend that position. Her campaign were looking at data that made it difficult to defend her coming at it from the same perspective that she was in 2020, which is like she was trying to outflank Bernie. She was trying to outflank Bernie and Elizabeth Warren. She was trying to out progressive them, and it just didn't work. And it's really difficult for me when I'm looking at it. It's really difficult for me to defend the idea that it was like, oh, all she had to do was activate her progressive base and promise them a bunch of like progressive stuff, like massively like left policies or whatever. When the electorate very broadly was just so obviously moving right and had concerns that she was too extreme. It's like, I don't think it's as straightforward. Moving right objectively didn't work. So again, what you're saying is unfalsifiable, because it is very possible that if she ran on a super progressive policy, that she would have lost by 8 points. And it would have been a worse electoral. Like, you actually can't prove that wrong.
Owners that donate to the Democratic Party, they didn't do a good job even explaining what they were doing. And I'll tell you why. Just real quick, I just want to give you an example of the IRS. Joe Biden funded the IRS. Every dollar that goes to the IRS, I think, is like, what, $7 extra or 30, up to 35, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know the exact numbers, but like every dollar that you spend on the IRS, you get.
Somebody in chat earlier said we should do mandatory conscription to the IRS for 2 years. Once you turn 18, you have to serve in the IRS for 2 years.
35 in return in America's coffers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's massive. That's fantastic. Republicans hate that.
Yeah.
They hate the IRS. And many Americans also hate the IRS as well. They hate paying taxes, partially because they don't see anything in return for it. And even though the IRS getting more funds actually retrieved a lot of, tax dodgers that were refusing to pay taxes. And on top of that, their investigations concluded that I think Coca-Cola had evaded taxes to the tune of $16 billion, right? One company.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard that from the Biden administration. They never went out and said, this is why we funded the IRS.
Yeah.
Not because we want to come after you and your trailer, okay? In the trailer park with our armed agents or whatever. Republicans, on the other hand, were like, 85,000 armed agents are coming to your house.
Yeah,
they're going to kill you. They're going to take away your children, and they're going to take your guns, and they're going to take your trailer park.
He's expanding on the criticism that the Democrats were just not aggressive enough on messaging, and he's absolutely right about that. I don't disagree with him at all.
I think we paid for not having an effective communicator in the president. I think we paid dearly for that.
It's not just the president.
I know it's not just the. I know it's
Pete Buttigieg is attack dog. Sick him on every television show.
I do think part of the challenge is a lot of people are talking about what these agents would actually do. It just doesn't get covered, doesn't get attention, just doesn't matter. People don't cover this kind of stuff. That's part of it. I'm not saying there aren't Democrats.
I agree with you. Like, Democrats need to have a kind of combative, like, if that's anything we take away from Donald Trump becoming president, is that, like, clearly we need somebody.
People want a fighter.
They want a fighter. They want a fighter. And, like,
and you can't fight for opportunity economy and $50,000 in tax credits for startups. That is not something to fight for. You need to be a fighter, and you need to fight for things that are universally good and that people want: healthcare, fixing the housing market, things like that.
Well, she did do that. Yeah, I just like
she proposed. Now I'm getting a little frustrated. I mean, like, he's talking about like making housing more affordable. Well, she did propose. She had a two-pronged proposal. She said that she wanted to develop 3 million new homes, and she wanted to give first-time home buyers $25,000 to help with the down payment. But he's just not giving her credit for that. And I guess he's going to complain that maybe it was a means-tested proposal. And
I agree with you.
But again, even her communication on that is like, so much of the Democratic Party is now officially captured by what we would look back in the past as like unimaginably right-wing economic policies, like tax cuts and a public-private partnership. When I hear those words, I'm like, I'm not regime pilled.
Yeah,
I want to be regime pilled. I want to champion the social democratic regime. I want to make the.
But again, it's like, okay, you know, you have upwards of 50% of voters telling you that they have concerns that Kamala Harris is too extreme, too liberal, and Hasan's solution to this is to run on, you know, announcing investigations into the Walton family and Medicare for all. And it's like, I don't know how to square those two things. Hasan's theory of the case, again, it's unfalsifiable. His theory of the case is that it doesn't matter what the polls say. Once you come out and actually talk about these policies, and once you come out and actually promise these policies, then a lot of these voters, ostensibly, right, they necessarily are going to have like a wake up moment and be like, oh, never mind. I really love all these like leftist policies. Maybe that would happen. Again, I'm deeply skeptical that it would just be that easy, because it's not just a matter of like, okay, it's one thing to say like, well, you can persuade a lot of voters if you educate them on what these policies will do and the benefits of universal policies versus means testing. And a lot of that's valid, right? Like, you can convince a certain amount of people with like enough time and a persuasive enough messenger. So someone not like Biden, or maybe not like Kamala, right? Like someone more charismatic, someone more aggressive, like maybe, right? Like maybe, like, I'm not saying that's impossible, but you also have to contend with the right-wing media system. And that is not easy. It is not easy. We can laugh all day about the crazy that comes out of Fox News. You know, cannibals are going to come and eat your daughter and whatever, all that stuff. Like, we can call it ridiculous, and it is. Like, some of these lies are insane, eating the cats and the dogs, whatever. But it works. It is effective. It is piercing through these bubbles. It is convincing, especially a lot of young men in this country. And there's no easy answers for that. I don't care what anybody tells you. Like, clearly, I agree. Like, clearly what we're doing now isn't working in this moment, or it didn't work for this election. I don't disagree with that. I don't think it's as easy as saying like, okay, they think you're too liberal. They don't know what they want. Just lean into the liberal stuff, lean into the progressive stuff. Start promising sweeping federal legislation that would upend the entire healthcare industry. And even if you think it's in good ways or whatever, you're saying lean into that. And then a lot of these voters that are concerned that you're too liberal or too progressive or too extreme, they're going to change their minds in 100 days, mind you. Again, this is all within the restriction of a campaign that only had 100, like slightly more than 100 plus days to campaign. That is not a lot of time. That is not a lot of time to make your case. And so I think this loss, you can definitely blame Biden more than you can blame Kamala for this loss. I think if you would have given her 9 months, 10 months, a year of campaigning, then she very well could have made a convincing argument to enough voters to secure her an electoral win. But we'll just never know. There's just no way we can know that. We can speculate, you know, we can have really good instinct that would have worked, but in the end, it's all just, we have no idea.
Democratic Party look like, I want to make the Democratic Party make Olof Palme look like a revisionist, right-wing reactionary.
Okay.
That's what I want. I want trains.
I want trains.
I want better public transit.
Better transit.
I want
more. I want
socialized housing. Like
Okay.
that's but
Sorry. Like, look. You see, you had me at the trains. You had me at the better transit. You have all these voters that are concerned that she's too extreme. And then Kamala should have run on socialized housing. You can hear look at look at Lovett. I feel like Lovett did. I actually really like this interview. I think this is good. I think this was a good conversation. And I think Lovett is a really sharp guy, super smart. And I think he I actually think he navigated this conversation quite well. I think more conversations like this need to happen. But you can see the look on Lovett's face here. Watch.
I want trains.
I want to make Olaf Palme look like a revisionist, right-wing reactionary.
Okay.
That's what I want. I want trains.
I want trains.
I want better public transit.
Better transit.
I want
more. I want
socialized housing.
Okay.
God, Lovett's reaction is so good right there.
But you're stopping.
I don't know, but what do you mean? We can't get into it. We can't get. We got out of time. We've gone so long.
What I'm saying is,
He means socialized housing. Oh God, I almost called him Donald Trump. Jesus Christ. Hasan is a socialist. He's not a social democrat. He's not a democratic socialist. He's a socialist. I'm not making any moral judgment on that. He's a socialist. That's what it is.
I am for building millions upon millions.
That's what that's the thing. When he hears socialized housing, Lovett hears government subsidized building projects that will create more development, that will create more homes, that will drive the cost of houses down. And when I'm just assuming, I could be wrong, when Hasan says socialized housing, he means no, the government gives you a house or you know what I mean? That's what he means.
Of houses everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm for.
Yeah, but no public-private partnership. Build it with federal, publicly funded employees, and build it as a mechanism to claw back the insane housing market prices, to lower them by force.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong because he's just talking about government. But wait, I don't understand. I don't understand the resistance to government working with the private sector to contract private companies to do these developments, to drive down the costs of building these homes. If it's cheaper to build a home with some developer that you contract, then what's the problem with that? I don't understand.
Okay,
that's what I think.
All right.
I think if you said that, a lot of Americans would be like, I like that idea.
I think if a Democratic politician got up there and said, we are gonna employ millions of Americans, we're gonna have a national jobs program to employ millions of Americans building millions of houses, I think that'd be very popular. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because the private sector's only motive is profit. Okay. But if you have, let's say you have two options, right? You can do a purely government run housing development program where you don't have any contractors with any private companies or whatever, but it actually costs more to do that because you have to build this labor structure. You have to build it up out of nothing. And the benefit of contracting with a company is they already have an infrastructure in place that you can tap into. So if it's cheaper to partner with private companies for these government-run programs, which is what they're doing with the infrastructure bill, for example, then you can drive those costs down. You can get these projects done faster. That's why I don't understand. Of course, these companies that you're working with make a profit, but if we can drive the costs down, that's the benefit of working with these companies. So these companies make a profit. We get the projects done quicker and for cheaper. That's why I don't understand what the hang-up is. Of course, the companies will make a profit, but that's not the point, though, right? Why is that inherently bad?
You're regime pilled as well.
I am regime pilled. Now, I did go on your feed yesterday to see what you've been up to.
Oh my God!
And can we just put this up?
Oh dear.
I think I know what you're gonna post.
I was looking for what your reaction was to the Harris campaign podcast, and I just found this. And I just thought, is this what the Joe Rogan of the left would post?
I mean, good for Hasan. He's ripped. Give me 3 years. I'll look like this, okay? Give me 3 years. I swear to God, I'll look like this, all right?
I think Joe Rogan posts sex.
I've already lost 3 pounds, boys. This physique, this husk of mine, this outer shell, we've only just begun to sculpt this thing, okay? I'm doing 10K steps a day. I've reduced my caloric intake. I'm no longer binging on food at 11:30 p.m. I just sit there hungry and I go to bed and then I wake up and I eat stuff in the morning. Okay.
Donald Trump wins and you're like, I think I know what I need to do. I need to post whole.
Yeah.
You getting good reactions to this? Is this getting you what you need?
Well, I wanted to show my progress. It's been a while. You know, that's like from 2021 till now. And I mean, I do talk about my fitness journey quite a bit.
Do you remember when you got a personal trainer for the charity stream and you only went to see him like twice? That's not true. That's not true at all. I did a personal trainer once a week for months, several months. I don't know what you're talking about there. No, twice a week. Did I say twice a week? Twice a week. I did it for 4 or 5 months.
You do Pilates?
What?
You do Pilates?
No, I train. I weight train and then I play basketball.
What are you doing for cardio?
Basketball.
Basketball?
Yeah, I play basketball 3 times a week, sometimes 4. And that's been...
You could probably burn a decent amount of calories playing basketball. Like, how many calories will you burn playing basketball for 1 hour? I'm going to guess, it depends on how hard you're playing. But if you're playing like hard, you could probably burn 500 calories, right? 350 to 750 calories per hour. I know that 10,000 steps, you can burn like a decent amount with 10,000 steps. But it's actually kind of interesting because the slower that you walk, the more calories you burn. I don't understand how that works. Can someone explain that to me? How many calories will you burn walking 10K steps? The number of calories you burn walking 10,000 steps depends on a number of factors, including your weight, fitness level, and walking pace. On average, people burn around 300 to 400 calories while walking 10,000 steps. But the exact number can range between 250 and 600 calories. But again, like the speed at which you walk impacts that count in ways that seem counterintuitive. Because what I read online a couple days ago was that you can actually burn more calories the slower you walk, which I don't understand that at all.
Very good. I also track my macro nutrients. I track all my calories.
What does that do for you?
What do you mean? It's that right
You think
there.
that's what?
You can optimize your workouts by eating carbs at the right time. Okay, hold on. To correct me if I'm wrong, I think you want like 40% to be carbohydrates, 30% to be protein, and 20% to be fat. Is that right? That's like a good macro situation.
That's what it's doing?
Picture on the right. That's how
so?
I got there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I use Manjaro. It's awesome.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
I have family members that use it as well, and it's been
cool.
very helpful.
Yeah, I don't have to think about it anymore.
Well, yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. Do you feel like it's stopped your other
I did buy like a walking pad. It's not necessarily a treadmill because it doesn't have like a stand. But I did buy a walking pad on sale. It was like 50% off. I bought it for like $130. So when the rain comes, we'll be doing some walking. We can still get our steps in, right? So
addictive tendencies as well.
I'm a better driver. Isn't that weird?
Maybe because you're not on your phone or something?
No, I think it's because I'm not spending so much of my like mental energy on like diet. And so like I'm just a little bit less kind of spent and like kind of, I don't know.
It's kind of crazy what they do now because you can do AI to track your calories. Like my fitness app has an option where MyFitnessPal has an option where you hold the camera up and you take a picture of the plate that you're about to eat. And it uses AI to analyze like what the food is, what the portions are, and it can kind of give you an estimate for what your calories are and what your macros are for that meal, which is like, that's kind of, is that new? Have they been doing that for a little while now?
Impulsive
around
other things. And so like, I don't feel some need to like get home 2 minutes faster. It's hard to explain.
Okay.
Like I don't feel as much of a need to find justice on the roads.
I understand.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, you asked me. No, I 100% get it. You asked me like why you track your calories or whatever. Like, I get a lot of comfort from the rigidity of my schedule, my regimen, and I don't even think about it because it's just a habit that I have at this point. And for that reason, it's not even a thing I think about at all. It doesn't weigh on me. But when I was, when I was eating in a very unhealthy way, it did constantly weigh on me. I was like,
I think the pandemic did that to a lot of us, right?
but it feels so good.
I know.
But also,
I know.
it's so bad for me. But then, you
I
know,
feel like you get that a little bit hopeless.
yeah.
It's true politics too.
For sure. I mean, definitely. But you gotta focus on whatever small victory you can have. And it's the same for fitness. And like I said, going back to the Joe Rogan Left conversation, this is definitely something that I talk to my community about quite a bit. And there's a lot of people in my community that have also gone on their own fitness journey. I've been able to inspire them to do this as well. And I think it's important to be physically healthy.
I do just to close this out, 'cause we've gone on too long, but like there is something about like in terms of meaning and like a spiritual, right? Like I think there's a reason that there's been an appeal of people like the Jordan Petersons of the world and some of the kind of more like self-help right-wing types.
Yeah.
And like I do think there are a lot of people out there looking for not just sort of answers in politics, but like answers about like why does like I feel unfulfilled, working, not working, whatever it may be. Like I feel like I'm missing like community and the kind of leadership that would come from community. And like, I do think that's why sometimes you see like, I don't know, like even on like the shows we do, like I do feel like there's like a hunger for like something broader than just a political program, but like more of a kind of way of grappling with the fact that this version of modern life kind of dares us to ruin our own lives.
Yeah.
You know?
I offer that in my broadcast every day. I mean, I talk about my own personal journeys and I offer advice. I used to have an advice segment as well.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done it in a while, but like, I'm gonna bring it back. And that's why I also like collaborate with other content creators, even if I don't align with them politically, agree with them politically at all. But, there are plenty of people that I know who are my friends who I think as long as they're like relatively charitable and good and kind people, even if we don't agree on everything politically, it doesn't matter. I find myself in these bro spaces a lot. I've been on almost every single podcast that Trump's been on.
Yeah.
And many of them are run by my friends, like Impulsive. My buddy Mike Malak is Logan Paul's co-host. Not a big fan of Logan Paul, but I love Mike. Mike is a fantastic human being. He has an incredible journey of overcoming addiction, and he wrote about it as well. He had a New York Times bestseller. Bradley Martin with the Nelk Boys. I don't really know the Nelk Boys, but like Bradley Martin I like a lot. He owns Zoo Culture. He's a real meathead. And that's and Andrew Schultz as well. I've been on that podcast too. Like these are a lot of these podcasts I've been on as well. And like these guys and their audiences are receptive to what I have to say. And I think like optics play a role in that for sure. Like the way I carry myself, the way I am naturally, authentically, I think is a package that young men are not immediately dismissive of. And I'm very aware of that. And I try to use that for good. And I try to use that to like explain to people that like it's not cool to random people for no reason. Like let them live. Like what the fuck's this deal? It's not gonna fix your life.
Yeah.
You're being a kind of loser, an entitled little loser, and it's not good. And that does work. It works. And I think the size of my community now and the makeup of it is proof of that reality. Like a couple years ago, I didn't have the numbers that I have now, and virtually every single person in my audience will tell you that like there is one key issue that I have dramatically changed their opinion on, whether it be American foreign policy, whether it be the way that they view trans people and were transphobic, but now they're not, or even racist opinions. So that's what I try to do to the best of my ability in my little corner of the internet.
Hasan Biker, good to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
When we come back, Congressman.
Man, a lot of people were pissed at the Pod Boys for inviting him on to have this conversation. I totally disagree. I completely disagree. Obviously, I have strong disagreements with Hasan when it comes to certain things. There was some overlap in that conversation. There were some things that Hasan said that I completely agreed with. And it's not like Lovett gave him this like complete softball interview. I think Lovett definitely used kid gloves from time and restrained himself, but he pushed back at every moment that I really wanted a strong pushback. He did. He questioned the authoritarian stuff, like sicking the agencies and the DOJ on political opponents, and he engaged in Hasan's ideas in a way that was critical, but not so standoffish that you might alienate some people in Hasan's audience. So like, I actually want to see more of these conversations. I actually think this was a very productive conversation. And I think that Lovett composed himself really well throughout this entire conversation. And yeah, I mean, I fully support like what Pod is doing right now. So they're inviting like the Kamala team, they're inviting more moderate people to come on and have conversations. They're inviting Hasan to regardless of how you feel about Hasan, and there's like a lot of things that he's done that I really don't like and that I wouldn't co-sign, but like, I don't want him I'm not trying to deplatform Hasan. Hasan is just a really big force in the political discourse, and you can ignore that, but I don't think there's any value in ignoring his massive audience. And if you can engage with him in a way that leads to a productive exchange of ideas and an appropriate level of pushback when it's warranted, while still sort of like building a bridge, I actually think that's really good. It's not a bad thing, and I hope they keep doing it. So that's my take on that.